All right, people. All right. First and foremost, let me just do a sound check as always, just in case I'm speaking away and typically nobody can hear a word of what I'm going on about. So, right. Let me just check. I'll bring up the YouTube comments as well. Let me just bring them up separately. Just give me 1 second. All right, that's done over here. So I can see some of the names there. Scorp, Nora, It's Dill. All right, Ahlan wa Sahlan. Just pop this chat out. There it is. All right, so now I can just put this back. All right, let me check. Salams from Australia. I take it you can all hear me. Amin, Rakib, Tonai, Ahlan wa Sahlan, Ahlan wa Sahlan. Love from Bangladesh. Shukran, shukran. Sound is okay. Sound is good now. Shukran, shukran, shukran. Get rid of that gum and start. Right, so إن الحمد لله وكفاه والصلاة والسلام على رسوله المصطفى وعلى عباده الذين ارتضى ومن بهداهم اهتدى وبآثار أهل المدينة اقتفى وبعد فالسلام الله على القوم. أهلا وسهلا بكم ومرحبا يا جماعة. أهلا وسهلا. Juan Ying Leite, bienvenidos a todos. Bakhair Ragle, Khosh Amadid, Kem Cho, Sasriyakal, and Swagatam, Swagatam. So, mi gente, ¿qué está pasando? What's going on? Salam from Germany, Mufti. Shukran, shukran, HB. Much appreciated. Right. You're doing it. You're doing it, Sahud. You're doing it. What an interesting name. Not come across that name before, Sahud. Yaar, kya baat hai, yaar, kya baat hai. So, whilst you guys are tuning in, clicking like, clicking share, let me just see. Right, okay. Yep, you know the drill. Spread the love, spread it, people. Do the love, man. Do the love. You know, no do the hate, man. No do the hate. So, right, this is what I'll be taking a look at whilst you guys are doing that. We've got Hakeem from the United States. Ahlan wa sahlan. Shukran, shukran. Huad White. It's Dil, you're doing it. Dil, you're doing it. Elias Holtz from the cold and rainy Hamburg, Germany. All right. That's it, people. Fabrizio in English. ¿Qué está pasando? All right. So, Azarati, you're doing it. Much love with the super sticker straight away. Shukran, shukran. King Farabri, wa alaikum assalam. Imran Khan, you're doing it. You're doing it. And also from New York, Hussein Bourbon. We've almost reached 30,000 subscribers. Shukran, shukran. I appreciate it. Spread the love and spread it, people. Spread it. Share. Put it out to your groups. Let them be influenced in the right way. Shukran, Gold Globe. Much appreciated. This super chat. Imi, Mufti, did you like my basketball skills? I did indeed. I had the video sent to me. You guys are doing it. Rahizi was like, Mufti, check out these guys playing basketball. So, Allahu Akbar. Right, so today I want to take a look at an important message of keeping positive. But you see, we say that often, and that's a general undercurrent of the entire show and the lesson every week. But to avoid suspicions and negativity, this is something I really would like to stress today, and go through some Quranic examples of what we mean. And yeah, so all right, let's take a look whilst you guys. Shalom Rav is a man of knowledge. Shukran 30k, we're getting there. Mufti, do you still work out? I still work out, man. I still work out. It's got to be done. At least, perhaps, maybe, I don't know, 3-4 times a week is a must. All right. So, Lonzetta, Shamroz. All right. So, I wanted to, I did have some poems here somewhere. Maybe what we can possibly do is take a look at some. All right, that would be an epic way. What do you think I've got? This is I've read this before, actually. This is by the legend of all times, Jaun Elia Sahib. But really, I want to take a look at a different one. But since this was on top, out of etiquettes, Allah, and the adab that are necessary for the ustad, let's read a line. And actually, this can tie in with today's session. So keep a mental note of this. We'll be coming back to it. So he says, Aap apna ghubar the hum to, yaad the, yaadgar the hum to. See, Aap apna ghubar the hum to. Ghubar is dust. And it's an Arabic word as well, ghubar. And he says, we were our own dust. And in that, there is just so much to unpack. What does that even... See, in many, one could say we are our own destruction, but also it's not... I don't think that would be a bit overdramatic, but we are perhaps the reason, ironically, for us just being covered in dust, not allowing ourselves to shine. We are that cause. You see, we have to push ourselves to excel. And if you don't, that's, you can be one of those people that just complains and whines and blames everybody but themselves. But really, you have to get off your own lazy behind and get what you need done. And that's in every aspect of life. And then chill. And on a totally on a side note, I was speaking to someone about, you see, even in business, because you speak to a lot of people, and I think everybody wants to make money. But then there's two different mentalities. I mean, not two, there's in what we're addressing, in the people struggling with this. So because I was speaking to someone about just problems in life that they were telling me, and because I was saying that it doesn't matter what the problem, for generally speaking, it doesn't matter what the problem. The solution is the attitude and the mindset. So what I was saying is, you could get your exact set of problems give them to another person, and they won't be problems anymore. So let's say somebody could, let's say this is a game in the Matrix and it's suddenly swapped to a different avatar all of a sudden who has your very same problems. Most of them may be resolved very quickly, if not immediately. And you think, well, and a lot of it just comes down to the mindset. And so the person said, well, okay, one of the problems was they were struggling with was money and work. And you see, if you're struggling with that, then there's often two types of mentalities. There's the kind of, and these are both mindsets. There's the broke mentality, and then there's the poor mentality. You see, so the poor person not being somebody that's broke, but just working, but doesn't have a mindset that is enterprising or entrepreneurial. But the broke person, they on many occasions are just not prepared to get up and work. I mean, they are prepared to if it's exceptionally, like a dream. If I get this. No, but in that situation, you have to get up and do whatever it takes. If you've got to go work in a shop, go work in a shop. If you got to go work in, you got to drive. If you got to do something, do something. There's hundreds, thousands, countless opportunities, but they don't pay much. So, but it's still something. It's better than being broke. But then people don't want to. So that's more just a sheer laziness and a kind of over emphasized anticipation of basically this overvaluing the self. Like, I'll only work if I get this and this, and that's not the way to get out of this rut, because you have to put your head down and work, and then you can maybe save, do this, do that, invest, and then maybe a parallel shift, and then an upwards climb. And the poor thing, that's not a lazy, that's just people who are like to be on a conveyor belt, and as long as there's, they're eating, it's just hand to mouth and they're getting by, but they don't think in a wealthy way of thinking. But anyway, so the point, not to get distracted, aap apna ghubar the hum to, yaad the yadgar the hum to. Allah. But I really like this line that Jaun Elia says, and it's quite mystical. He says, Pardagi humse kyun rakha parda. You see, and who is he addressing here? Pardagi, the veil, not the human veil, the veil to ultimate reality. Pardagi, humse kyun rakha parda. That, you see, reality, the ultimate veil with a capital V. Why did you keep a veil from us? Tere hi pardadar the hum to. We had kept your veil for people, meaning we had a deeper level of consciousness and understanding, but we had maintained that barrier for people. So why then did you keep a barrier from us? This is just deep and mystical on many levels. And right, and I suppose just it's brilliant. You have to check this out. But he says, "Humko yaron ne yaad bhi na rakha." People who are hurt by betrayal, by tragedies, from people, from friends. This is what he's addressing. Humko yaron ne yaad bhi na rakha. Even our friends did not remember us, did not consider us or think back of us, or however you want to understand it. Humko yaron ne yaad bhi na rakha. Jaun yaron ke yaar the hum to. He says, Jaun, we were, people who took an exceptional pride about friendship, and we were a people's person. Yeah, but that wasn't actually that was just lying there. It wasn't the one I was thinking about. You know, there's another poet I'm exceptionally fond of. His name is Abdul Hameed Adam. He's from the 20th century and died in Pakistan, I believe. Adam here, it's spelt in English like Adam, but it's not Adam. So Adam is the Arabic Adam, like Adam alayhi salam. This is Adam with an ayn. Adam means void, the absence of, nothing. As the great axiom, the principle in Sharia states, Laysa admul ilm, ilman bil adam. That the absence of knowledge is not the knowledge of absence. So somebody not knowing something does not equate to them knowing that it doesn't exist. That's a principle in the Sharia. But right, so Abdul Hameed Adam, and he has some amazing poetry, I have to say. You know, I've been listening to quite a bit of his recently, and it's just bewildering. This was one that was, let's take a look at this. He says, Kashti chala raha hai magar kis ada ke saath. And he has this rhythmic melody that goes through his, a bit like, I suppose, maybe Shakil Badayuni, or I think Sahir Ludhianvi is just too melodic in a way. It's more song-like, and hence he was used to create a lot of the early Bollywood songs, was Sahir Ludhianvi, the poet. But yeah, he seems to have a rhythm, a bit, maybe on some terms, a bit like Bashir Badr. And he says, Kashti chala raha hai magar kis ada ke saath. Hum bhi na doob jaएं kahin na khuda ke saath. And na khuda is the boatman, you know, the kind of sailor. I mean, if you're not really sailor, but the one who steers the boat and handles it for you. And in Urdu, they use the Persian word na khuda, and they usually have a play on words because it's similar to the word khuda, which means God, but it's not from that word. And so they often play with it, with khuda and na khuda. So it says, Kashti chala raha hai magar kis ada ke saath. Hum bhi na doob jaएं kahin na khuda ke saath. That how, with what strange methods is he navigating this boat? We fear that we too, with the boatsman, may drown. Dil ki talab padi hai to aaya hai yaad ab. वो तो चला गया था किसी दिलरुबा के साथ. He says, now that we needed our heart, it occurred to us. We remembered, oh yeah, that had left us long ago with some beloved of the heart had long gone on its sojourn and journeys. जब से चली है आदम और यज़दान की दास्तां, हर बावफा का रब्त है एक बेवफा के साथ. Wow. Amazing. You see the play on words here. He says, since this tradition, or this tradition here meaning this narrative, this story, this he says, since this narrative of God and Adam, and he uses the term Yazda for God here, as many Urdu poets do as well, which is from the Persian Zoroastrian term for God. He says, but since we have this narrative of God and Adam, there's always, every loyal person has had an disloyal someone. And it's amazing how he joins the two, and the way he pieces it together with his words are mesmerizing. That jab se chali hai Adam o Yazdan ki dastan, har bawafa ka rabt hai ek bewafa ke saath. Pire mughan se humko koi bair to nahi, And this is another word, pir-e-Mughan, used often by certain Urdu poets, including Allama Iqbal. And pir is still used in the Islamic context today of a spiritual guide, a sheikh. But pir-e-Mughan was of the Magi's, the Persian holy people, their faith. It was used originally for that. So Mughan, but when they say pir-e-Mughan, they mean like a really spiritual person. And it's used often in people that have that style of speaking. It's a Farsi term. Allama Iqbal uses it quite a bit. Pir-e-Mughan ke se humko koi bear to nahi. We haven't got a problem with that spiritual, person, he says. Thoda sa ikhtilaf hai marde khuda ke saath. And once again, he says it's just that we have this just a little difference of opinion. And I really, this last line of his, he has an interesting perspective. He says, "Padhta namaz mein bhi hoon, par ittifaq se." See, this is Abdul Hameed Adam. He says, "Padhta namaz mein bhi hoon, par ittifaq se." He says, "I too pray salah, but ittifaq se, but coincidentally." उठता हूं निस्फ रात को दिल की सदा के साथ. Allah. He says, I get up, I rise in the middle of the night as the heart cries out to me. And it's interesting. It's a very I've always loved the relationship and the assurity that these poets have had for God and faith. It's interesting. They and these have always mostly always have been Muslim poets who were also reasonably trained in Islam. Right, now that I take it, we've had quite a few people tune in already now, whoever, and like and share and do the drill. Let's get moving. Rami, you're doing it. Much love for the super chat. Today sounds like it'll be an antidote to those who blame everything on Nazar. Yeah, it could be. Because, you see, right, because this blaming things on Nazar, or in Arabic, al-ayn, the evil eye. You see, I've got a video, an in-depth video. I've got more than one, but I have an in-depth video on the evil eye. It's on YouTube. You can just search the keywords and find it and watch it. So I won't go through all of that. But what I will say is, look, people can believe whatever they want. Okay? If it's going to if it's going to validate your faith as a person, this I'm just saying, I don't agree with this element, but I'm saying if for some person they say, well, I believe in the evil eye, and I believe in it because there's a particular verse in the Quran that I feel can indicate towards that. Now, there's no verse in the Quran that affirms the evil eye, no such thing. But there is a verse in the Quran that the people who disbelieve try as though they can. وَإِنْ يَكَادَ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا لَيُزْلِقُونَكَ بِأَبْصَارِهِمْ. That it's almost as though they trip you up with your eyes as they stare at you. Now, that doesn't say anything about evil eye, but some people, they said, oh, maybe this is speaking about the evil eye. Okay, fine. You want to believe in the evil eye? Believe in the evil eye. You want to use that verse? You use the verse. The verse is as much yours as it is somebody else's. Use it. believe in it. People say there's a hadith that affirms the evil eye. And there is a hadith, and I've got a detailed discussion on all of that. You can watch it. But there is a hadith, al-aynu haq, that the eye is haq. Okay. Now, they say that means that it actually happens. So they want to believe in these things. Obviously, other people have said, no, that's not what it means. It means that with them staring at you, that's just about people staring and being so enraged. And as to the eye being haq, then obviously I've got the hadithi discussion about the chains, in addition to the bi'atibar al-ma'al, in terms of if you believe in it, then it is like that, because you are self-fulfilling the prophecy. But let's say people want to believe in the evil eye. Fine. It is your life and you will live it. Remember that. It doesn't, when somebody speaks to me sometimes, they say, Mufti, you may have a different view on this, and a few people may have a different view on this. I say, okay, I do. They say, well, you convince this person, my friend or my relative who believes in the evil eye. I say, I'm not here to convince anyone. You want to believe in it, believe in it. You will live it. Just remember that. I won't. These people who don't believe in it won't suffer from these things. They don't even believe in them. It doesn't. See, it's these things, they materialize based on your sense of reality. Why are, we live in England or wherever you guys live. Why are all these people not getting struck down with the evil eye? They don't believe in it. So they don't get struck down with the evil eye. But you guys, if people want to believe in it, they can. I'm not going to say they can't believe in it. I'm not going to say to them it's haram. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to tell them that, yes, many people historically did believe in it. And I've got a detailed video. If you want to believe in it, believe in it. But then that will be your life. You see? If you want to believe that when people look at me, I get cursed, when people look at that person, they get cancer, when people look at my life is miserable because somebody 3 roads away was watching me, and fine. It's not my problem. Allah has given each and every one of us our own sense of reason, our own heart, and our own consciousness to navigate ourselves through this world. We will choose how we live, and Allah will treat us accordingly, and the world plays out accordingly. So, and we don't need to, nobody needs to convince anyone. This is not a numbers game. This is not something like I've got a gang and I want people to be part of my group. People can believe whatever they want. You want to believe it, believe it. People want to believe in demons possessing them, believe in it. It makes zero difference to anybody else. And it doesn't affect the people who don't believe in it. So, and if you are genuinely curious that, well, in that case, I want to read, then read and learn and make up your own mind. That's all I would say. One thing I would emphasize, though, is take responsibility for your own life. Okay. And you have to take it upon yourself to fix your own problems. Don't be, because too often, and this is, although it may be slightly related, but it's a different chapter, if you like. This is in life, you have people, you have 2 kinds of people. You have one kind of people who, whenever there's a challenge or there's an issue or there's a hurdle, they just whine and moan and complain, and they want sympathy and they want pity and they want, oh my God, this has happened to me. Oh my God, let me write about it on social media. And they will and they'll just always do this. Oh my God, my life's terrible. Oh my God, my health ain't good. Oh my God, I've broken my leg. Oh my God, I failed in this test. Oh my God, my relationship's on the rocks. Oh my God, my business ain't doing so well. Oh my God, my relationship with my family or my children is tearing apart. Oh my God, I'm all alone. Oh my God. Well, God ain't holding you back. आप अपना गुबार थे हम तो. You want to, that's your life, because that's all you're about. Just these people, it doesn't matter. Believe me, these kind of people, you could give them everything. You come back in 10 years' time and it'll all be ruined and they'll still be in problems. Because it's a mindset. You see, and this is the beauty of Islam, that it comes to, it re-emphasizes to cut those shackles. That get up, sari'u, Allah says in the Quran, hasten to do things. There's a problem, fix it. There's an issue, think solution. There's health, start working out. Start today. Start running, go for a jog. You don't want to go for a jog, go for a walk. Start with your diet. You've got issues with people say, oh, I'm lonely. Start talking to people. How difficult is it to talk to people? Allah has given us all the gifts. It's all in there. We just have to just take one step. Allah says, look, you take one step, I will come rushing to your aid. Rushing. But you have to take that step. And it ain't as difficult, believe me. When people take one step, they think, oh, actually, why didn't I do this before? And then things change. And then that's it. So this is what you will get, the other group of people that when they have an issue, they think solution. Solution, solution, solution. My arm is, somebody's leg's broken. Okay, what do? I need rest. I need this. I need this supplement. I need this. I need to train it like this. Oh, my business is struggling. How can I? Well, okay, let's evaluate this. Let's look at problems. Let's look at losses. Let's look at alternate methods. Let's look at, okay, what about a different enterprise? What about this? What about that? My relationship is on the rocks. Okay, let's talk about what seems to be the problems. What about, let me introspect. What am I doing? What's going on here? Oh, my family's tearing apart. Oh, right, let's try and resolve this before it gets any worse. Let's take A, B, and C as a step. Oh, I'm too, I can't seem to, I'm just all alone. I know, let me reach out to people. Let me become a member of some groups, not those kind of groups, but like meetups. You get social meetups, you get plenty. They're not restricted to faith. You just have to sign up. I know, what am I interested in? Art. What am I interested in? Books. What am I interested in? This. Oh, I've got a bunch of people here. Let's get talking. You see, and we are in a day and age where everything has been made so easy for us. Lillahi alhamd. And I think it's amazing. I really do. And so, yeah. So this is an important thing. We have to always remember that. Think of it as, look, in your world, you are the center of your universe. Remember that. In your world, you are. So prioritize yourself. Take care of yourself. If something is an issue, fix it. If you're going to leave it on the other to come and fix, well, they are the center of their universe. You're not the center of their universe. Yeah. So, I think these are really important lessons that we always need to be proactively working on. Right. Abdul Majid. Much love for the super chat. You're doing it. Right. Any benefits to doing sujood directly on the earth as opposed to in space? I take it you mean on carpet and stuff like this. There is a, if I can call it earthing, which is generally the traditional Islamic scholars did have an understanding, a kind of earthing mentality towards Salah, especially Imam Malik. And he did feel that it's always better to be closer to nature. So even if not on the earth, then on something natural, they would have certain kind of reed-made mats, for example. But today, many of us don't have that. We just pray on the carpet, on a rug, on a prayer mat. People may pray on the wooden floor. It's not an issue. The salah is fine. But it has been emphasized by certain schools of thought, yeah. Mufti, in the story of the sleepers of the cave, Ashab Kahf. Ashab Kahf. You're making it an Apple product here, Kahf. And are they actually sleeping for hundreds of years, or is this just a dream? Yeah, watch my clip on it. I have a clip on YouTube. Just type in the keywords and I go through it in much detail. Mufti reading the chats like, yeah, that's it. Just want to give a shout out to your Spotify channel, Discord server. Discovered it today and loved it. Am I on Spotify? Right. Shukran, Nora. Right. Okay. Yes. I need to get stuff put on Spotify and do a lot more. I did set it up, and I had this, what can I call them? I don't know how to describe it really. Ramblings, perhaps. So they're just voice recordings, very brief, of a show I had called Maladjusted. And it's really for the wandering souls, though the souls that wonder and wander. So with an A and an O. And I don't know if anybody can make any sense of them. God bless them if they can. But yeah, I had that for a while on that, and I actually recorded on a different platform, and it automatically sends it to Spotify and a few different places. So yeah, I don't know. I'm still, to be honest, always a bit reserved about that show of mine called Maladjusted. People can check it out. It's just, they're like 5-minute kind of audio ramblings. I don't know, even sometimes I don't know what I'm saying in them. They're quite, I think they're more experiential than they are linear, shall I say, in their semantics. But yeah, but that reminds me, I actually, you know what, I need a bit of assistance with this kind of stuff, with this IT, not IT, but this editing and stuff like that with videos. And so anybody watching this that is thinking, yeah, I'm quite skilled at that, and these kind of thumbnails and all this kind of stuff, and or just expanding, I just need a bit of, so if anybody is wanting to assist, reach out to me, drop me a message on Instagram, or if you have any other platform that I'm on. Instagram's a good one usually. I'm very active on that. Or you can email me. My email is available on either Instagram or Facebook, and you can just send me drop me a message, and then let's see. We can expand on that, because I've been quite caught up with other things, with work and a bunch of other things recently, and I do need a bit of focus, but I just haven't, I need someone with a bit of skill, a bit of time, and also the willingness to want to do it. So reach out and let's connect. Salams. Asim Khan, much love and salam from Houston. You're doing it, Asim. You're doing it. Mufti, did you check out Robert Sefer? I didn't actually, no. Scorpio, oh, they were really good. Yeah, shukran. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. They are there, those episodes. I'm always personally a bit reserved about them. I don't really speak much about them, if you've noticed. In fact, this might be I only responded to it today. Otherwise, I'd never mentioned them before. Right. So, Mufti, you missed my super chat. Did I miss a super chat? Let me go back. Any benefits? I see Saracen. You're doing it. You're doing it. Mufti America. What is it? Mufti America founding father followed deism. The idea that God should be proven through logic and nature, does that make them Mu'tazilites? The idea that God should be proven through logic and nature, does that make them Mu'tazilites? You know, we have to stop trying to force people into pigeonholes. It doesn't matter what people are. Obviously, that doesn't make them Mu'tazilites, but we have to stop this this obsession of making everybody fit into some Islamic, medieval kind of category of saying, well, this person is a Jabari, this person is a Mu'tazili, this person is a Safari, this person is a, this kind of stuff doesn't really, the world doesn't work in that way. And I'm sure those people had nothing to do with Islam. So, yeah, and we need to not worry about, we need to not concern ourselves with the afterlife realities of other people who've passed away. It's not for us anything. It's nothing to do with us. We're not here. We're not God. We're not here to pass judgment. We're not here to condemn to an eternality of doom or bliss. It's nothing. It's none of our, that's it. The person's in this world, they're in this world. They're not in this world, they're not in this world. They've moved on. It's not for us to really stick any labels on them and stuff like that. Concern ourselves with ourselves. This is the true path. Okay. Aslim Taslam. It's one of the most beautiful hadiths that you will find, and it truly sounds like prophetic language. There's many hadith, you read them and they don't feel like Allahu A'lam, but it doesn't feel, you're not really sure, is this the words of the Prophet himself, or are they paraphrased time after time before they've reached us, as many hadith are paraphrased. There's some you read that they just glisten and shine and with this prophetic aura to them, and that's like the letter to Herakl, to the Roman emperor at the time, and the Prophet says Aslim Taslam, and this is one of the kind of occasions where Islam is used as a word in early Islam. Because the early believers didn't call themselves Muslims. They called themselves believers and faithful, but not Muslim. And this, even though they would have possibly understood, if you use the word Muslim, they would have understood what you're trying to say, that you're a believer, but they wouldn't have used it in that way. Because Aslim is more about surrender. Just stop resisting. That just give in to the divine will. Allah, give in to the infinite possibilities of divine determinism. See, give into that world and unlock a realm, a dimension. It's something Aslim Taslam, and that you will be in this state of peace. Taslam. And it's interesting that one of the meanings of Aslim is to enter into a state of peace, because it comes from the fourth form verb af'al, which also means to enter into. So ahram, he entered into a state of sanctuary, ihram. So aslam, that entered into a state of silm, of peace, that almost in some way he became an embodiment of peace. And you have in that hadith that the believer or the Muslim is one man salim an-nas, who people are safe from his tongue and his actions. You don't harm people. That once again, it radiates this radiance of prophetic wisdom coming from that hadith. Mahmoud Abdul Baqi, you're doing it, brother, shukran, much love for the super chat. Can you do a hairstyle tutorial? This literally takes me like 30 seconds, and I'm not even, one day I'll have to record it, because I think people don't get my hair is just naturally quite spiky. So I just kind of go like this, done, and I just walk out. That's it. So that data says, been so long since I've been in your live streams. Well, ahlan wa sahlan. Shukran. And data, much love to you too. Stay blessed. Mufti Abu Layth, do you have any pets? Well, we're just setting it up. We're getting some rabbits. So my little ones they've checked the rabbits and they're used to them now, and so we're getting them. All right. So that's possibly this week now. Look at that. A very timely question right there. Evil eye was a pagan Arab belief. Take that into consideration. A lot of hadith absorb. Yeah, I mean we covered that. Recurring nightmares. Ooh. Yeah. Mu'tazili, the small world. Look at this. All right. So right, what's going on? Rabbits. Yeah, these rabbits that we're getting are the dwarf ones, though. The little dwarf. Just so I don't know. Well, I think Zozo seems to be really looking forward to it. So But now Fazila says, Ahmed says, but now gatekeepers, you stop resisting for every question they are asked. That's a good question, Fazila. That you really, my advice, okay, look, somebody asked me a question, I think it was last week. They said to me, they were speaking about their friends. I can't, the question was something around, they keep saying certain things to them, there's this negativity, they're very negative when they say things, very critical in a negative sense. And because sometimes being critical could be constructive, but it wasn't constructive criticism. It's just, they're just always criticizing and very kind of discouraging, and people that will pull your spirits. So they asked me, what should I, what do you advise me? I said, make new friends. And I'm serious. Make new friends. In fact, let me add to that. You see, we have to understand that in life, one will outgrow the nest. Okay. It's inevitable. As a child, who your friends are will come down to the propinquity effect of just who you happen to be placed in a close proximity with. So you go to this school, now you, in your class, let's say there's 25 people. Now you will make friends with people from this 25, so it's already been narrowed from I don't know, hundreds of thousands down to 25. And I don't know, let's say now you think, well, I'm going to play football and half of them play football, so it's now narrowed down again. Then you think, well, I like to draw and 5 of them like to draw, so now it's narrowed down to. So really, your friendships often begin as a condition of circumstance. They are not you're kind of making the best of whatever of the situation you're being given. You're playing the hand that you've been dealt, and then some of these go on to become amazing friends. And friendship is truly one of the most greatest gifts of God, I would say. It's something which really we can cherish as being truly human. Would you not say that, one goes through life and one of the most amazing things one can cherish is friendship? I would definitely say that. I mean, it's something, I'm a very social person, and one of the most important things in my life are my friends, because it's not just it's a mental world, that a space that is created. So, but as you start to grow and develop and move through life with age, your horizon expands. First, you probably were only allowed to go down the street, your parents, or the other street, or a few roads. And then you can go to the city center as you start. Then you can go out of town, you can go out of city, and then you start traveling. And you see, the horizon keeps expanding, and with it, people meet new people, make friends. And if you see that, oh, look, this is what I'm into. And if people are holding you back, so the reason what I wanted to emphasize here was, if, let's say, as you've grown, your friends have grown, then that's wonderful. That's amazing. Often what happens is your friends from childhood. So let's say people you knew when you're 4 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old. It's not likely that all of you will pan out, or life will pan out for you at a similar rate of progression. That's very unlikely, just because of how life works. So and this doesn't mean you have to cut off with people, always have friendship. But if you find yourself now so fascinated in, I don't know, astronomy, or you love reading, or you love playing sports, or you love an element of business or trade or an expertise, then it's important you create new circles in that. Because if you just stay on your own, it will inhibit growth. And the worst thing that could happen is that if some of these people become negative, see, this is one of the worst things that could happen. If people around you in your friend circle are people that hold you back, that's disastrous. If they are people that shatter your aspirations. You know, if you say something, say, you could never do that. They're not the kind of people you want around you. You need to outgrow that nest. So if it's positive, that's wonderful. But if it becomes toxic, you exit. You make new, you surround yourself with people that will bounce positive, positive energy. And that will, they encourage each other. This person does this person does this, and you'll start to see growth in all areas of life. You'll all of a sudden life will become fantastic. And that's true because, many people, we all have very similar, we can all have great ideas, or at least good ideas. Maybe not everybody can have absolutely great ideas, but I think most of us can have very good ideas. But why is it then not everybody actualizes them? It's not because they're stupid. I mean, most people are not stupid. Most people, they may not be geniuses, but they're not stupid, right? They are reasonably talented. The thing that stops these people from actualizing these ideas is them. They themselves don't truly have a belief that they can pull it off. On many occasions, this is sometimes reinforced by people around them who tell them, you're the kind of guy that could never do that, or you're the kind of girl that could never really do that. And we reinforce a story, this story, I'm such and such. I'm just, I always mess things up. I'm always, things always go wrong for me. I'm lazy. I never get complete things. Who told you? You just know up until now. That's your story. Change it. It's your mental script. Change it. Who told you? We are the only creatures on earth that can do that. We can just change our mental script. You're like, well, actually, I can. Actually, I'm the kind of person that gets things done. And then you start thinking back, you think, well, actually, I got that done. And I got that. This is why success pulls success. You see people who, they run one business, is successful, then they run another business, successful, and then people say, that person's lucky. Okay, I mean, sure, luck is a wonderful thing, if we want to call it that. But really, it's just that what it really is they've just seen themselves being able to make one thing work in life quite well. And then their story is that I can make things work. So they do something else and make that work. Whereas most people, their story is, I don't think I could really pull it off. Then you can't. You have to get out there and seize the opportunity. So absolutely, I thought that was a very good question. So I wanted to share that response. The Hadith, I've got no idea what. Okay, let's see. It's like wealth creating more wealth. Absolutely. I mean, and it doesn't even have to be just about wealth. It can be in every aspect of life. In learning, some people have a belief that they are stupid. They're dumb. Like they think, I'm not really very brainy. Then you never will be, because that's your story. Some people think, I'm never going to be rich. They never will be. Some people think, I'm never going to be somebody that can do that. You never will be. See, inna Allah inda abdihi ka dhannihi bi. That Allah treats a person as they expect Allah to treat them. Mm-hmm. Right, so I don't know, there's some chats going on about something. I don't know what they're talking about, some kind of hadith. And right, so okay, if you've got any other interesting things, you can share them. Right, what I'll do is let's get to today's lesson on this. And people, anybody just totally distracted and speaking totally irrelevant things in the comments will be blocked. Gracefully, disgracefully, and dishonorably discharged. I'm happy being average, which is why I'm average. I think that's a mindset. It is a mindset. You're right. You know, don't get me wrong. Not everybody needs to be trying to be a millionaire or trying to. You don't need to do this just because people are doing it. There's a difference. It's a mindset. You see, I'm speaking about. I'm not trying to say everybody needs to start playing sports or everybody needs to start trading in this or doing. No. What I'm saying is actualizing something in life, whatever it is. For some people, it may be the element, like I mentioned, of friendship. It may be relationships. It may be helping humans, giving forward to mankind. You know, they're not a CEO. They're not somebody that has so much shares or that trades online in whether it's going to be stocks or crypto. They're not people like this, but they focus on helping people. You know, they go out, they try to feed the poor. They try to, they see people that are homeless and they try to do something for their neighborhood. These are true human beings. These are actualizing something. So don't measure other people by your goals. Measure yourself. You know, try to, if you want to compete against you. That's the important thing. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, donate to, what's that, UNICEF. Islamic studies is amazing, but it's not for everyone. You see, Islamic studies, some people, they won't be able to do it. You know, it's like anything. I suppose becoming a doctor is not for everyone. But people do like to be clued up in religion, or they like to think they're clued up in religion, because I suppose religion means a lot to them in some way. So that's a nice thing, alhamdulillah, that, you know, faith means something to them. But you don't want to ever misuse it, because the problem with a lack of knowledge is the Dunning-Kruger effect, that people that when people have a lack of knowledge, they want to sometimes overexert themselves. They want to tell everyone else first what God wants. Cha, cha, cha. Divine oracle. So you don't want to be one of those people. You don't want to be about, I'm here to tell you God said don't do this and God said don't do this. Sit down. Right. God doesn't need you for your FYI. Faith begins here and it impacts here. And it transforms this. It transforms you. Other people should just look at you and think, wow, why is this person so positive? Why is this person so happy? Why is this person in a state of bliss, a blissful state, in a beautiful state? Why? I want to be like that. That's your message of faith. You see, people watch you and feel that, wow, I want to be happy and blissful and in a tranquility and serenity. And what does this person do? Let me copy it. So that's the way the Prophet ﷺ taught people. That's the way the Sahaba taught people. They just led by example. They were just in such a blissful state that people were curious that what are you so content about? I want to get in on that. How do I get a piece of that? So this is how people wanted that peace of mind. Mufti Icy Saracen, yeah, you're doing it. Much love for the super chat. Why does it feel like the religious establishment more worried about a woman wears who grows a beard and building more masajids instead of people getting access to health, shelter, food, etc.? Yeah, I feel that, that's an interesting question because Ustad Wasim, ahlan wa sahlan, ahlan wa sahlan. Right? Because I feel that we are in an interesting time where the kind of tectonic plates are shifting. There's and the patterns of old no longer seem to, they're still there, but they are going through an existential crisis of their own. Because now people are asking these questions. Here people do ask that, do we need just a new masjid when we've already got 3 on the other road? And people say, well, but that's a, that's a Brelvi masjid, that's a Deobandi masjid, that's a Salafi masjid, that's a Jamaat Islami masjid, that's a, people say, oh, that's a Pakistani masjid, that's a Bangladeshi masjid, that's a Somali masjid, that's a, people now are becoming fed up of these kind of things. But it's not over yet. It's far from over. But people are saying, well, this is nonsense, all of this. What are these groups? Islam is one, and secondly, what function is the masjid doing? I'll tell you what a masjid should really do. Really, what a masjid ought to do. A masjid ought to, in addition, in this day and age, in this part of the world, in addition to having, obviously, by default, a place for prayer, a place for learning, which, okay, many masjids have this, then they ought to provide a creche. And you may think, well, what is Mufti on about here? Why they're not a babysitting facility, but they ought to. Are these not Muslim families in the community? Are they not the mothers struggling with children? Are these not the same people feeding this masjid, giving them chanda, giving them sadaqat, giving them? They ought to allow these women in the and these mothers and parents to come to the masjid and you see, it's not just about babysitting the creche. They will then meet one another. They will meet people. They ought to have coffee mornings. They ought to have a counseling facility provided where obviously professional people book it in. Counseling facilities. They ought to have counseling facilities. The amount of mental health issues in Muslim communities is through the roof. I think mental health generally in the West is through the roof anyway. Unfortunately, it's ironic. I don't know, but it is. And then Muslim communities as well. Muslim communities, in some ways, it can be worse because it's not acknowledged, because mental health is the ultimate. It is the ultimate. Put it like this: we would rather say there's a demon has jumped inside me, this kind of unseen monster has come inside me and taken me over. We would rather say that than we would say I've got mental health issues. Because mental health is the ultimate insult in Muslim culture. I mean, for people in general, it's insulting. I won't lie, because you see, like, let me give it, there's been psychological studies here. A person would rather say, and imagine you got conned. Yeah. Imagine so they've done studies where people have been conned, or in certain, they get kind of duped. A person would admit anything than admit that if given the option. So, for example, a person would rather say, I was mugged and robbed than I was conned. You see, a person would rather say, I was, the person, for example, they defrauded me, fair enough, or then they conned As in, you see, conned, as in duped, as in tricked you in a stupid way and got something from you. Because this shows a lack in intelligence. It reflects that. Whereas if a person says, look, I got mugged, I got robbed, says, look, a bunch of people came up to me, I couldn't do anything. Say, okay. I mean, even if that, let's say, looks bad in some people say, oh, well, you couldn't. Say, well, I couldn't. Say, okay. But if the person says, oh, well, they came and duped me, he said, I'll tell you what, you put your 100 pounds in my this hand, and then I'll put and the person gets duped. And you think, what are you, like 6? Do you have the mental age of 5? You see, because the mental health to us, to acknowledge that we are stupid is the greatest insult for a human. Because we human beings are ultimately, our measure is our intelligence. So it is a big thing. Now, so think about this. Physically, we will have every single person has got some ailment. Many people have eyesight issues. Many people wear glasses. Yeah, many people may have for far, for near, whatever. Many people. Some people may have hearing issues. Some people may have joint pains. Some people may have diabetes. Some people. These are common. These things I'm saying are. We probably all know so many people. Maybe many of us have these things. These are physical ailments. Now, we've all got them. Physical, some kind of deficiencies, if we want to call them that. Visual deficiency, hearing, auditory, maybe different things, gustatory, something, I don't know, eating related. We're lactose intolerant. We've got so many, if you think about it, issues where some part of our body, the physical side of us, doesn't do what it does for other people. Why do we think it would be different with the brain? Why do we think our brain wouldn't have some kind of deficiency? If you think about it, it's only common sense that if our physical has some, my ankle's hurting, my elbow, my wrist, my joints, my back's hurting, let's say, I get migraines, I'm short-sighted, I can't, I have allergic reactions to this, why do we assume our brain is 100%? It's not going to be. Our brain will also have deficiencies. So, but it's much more insulting socially to accept that. So, and Muslims even more so, we think, oh my God, never say that. Say anything. Say that somebody's done a magic spell on you. Say that somebody sitting in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh has tied some knots and done some hocus, and they've done something and you are affected here. Say that a demon has jumped inside you and taken over your body and infected you, and therefore you've become mental. But God forbid it's your own brain. It can never be that. I mean, but so this is me just giving an idea. So we as Muslims, the masjids ought to, at the forefront, have trained counseling facilities in confidence, not just the whoever comes in tells you their problems and you tell everybody else. Say, yaar wo, acha, haan wo, yaar wo to aaya tha us din. Yaar, that person, he came the other day. You know what's going on in his or her life? I don't mean gossip. We need trained professionals, men and women, who need to do this. This is really I would put this in the same role as saying the masjid providing grounds to pray. Because the masjid is there for spiritual well-being, and these mental health issues are spiritual issues. So the creche thing, I wouldn't put that in the primary, but I would put that, just because it provides, because for these women or these family parents to come to the masjid, they need somebody to babysit. They can't be, because a lot of, you see, you need to think out of the box. You need to think, well, okay, I can provide this. Masjids ought to have career advice. They ought to have, for unemployment, help people get back into work. They ought to have, masjids ought to do all these things. It's 2021. I mean, it's not 1988. So if we're just going to say we need a masjid which, you know, requires 3 million to build, and what is it going to do? We're just going to pray dhuhr in it and go home. And by the way, still going to be a cultural mosque only for such and such ethnicity and only for such and such denomination, because everybody else is going to hell anyway, God, unless God has mercy on them, because we surely won't. This is not the way of the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Not at all. Not at all. See, the Prophet's mosque was a functioning hub. It wasn't the building, the actual building structure of it was something secondary, tertiary. It was just something so simple. It was about what it did. The Prophet set up a sufa. There was a homeless, feeding them. The Prophet set it up for his delegations. This was his, the ministry of prophethood. This would have been like state affairs. He was receiving the waft of this tribe, the waft of Tay, the waft of Taghlib, the waft of Rabi'a, the waft of, they were coming to meet the Prophet. Najran, the waft of, and they would sit and have their meetings. The companions would sit and they would use it as a kind of chill place. I'm not saying that masjids need to be a chill place. I'm giving you an example. They would sit there, and in Sahih Bukhari they say that we would sit right throughout the night just talking about poetry and the ancient Arabs of Jahiliyyah and their incidents and stories. Basically what today you'd say, talking about movies. This is what they would do. They'd say all night would spend doing that in the masjid. There would be, there was a captive. The Prophet held him in the masjid. There's narrations that when the waft of Najran came and they wanted to pray, they were Christians, the Prophet gave them the space in the masjid. The Prophet was giving speeches and calling people, speaking about matters in the masjid. Women in the masjid. Many people spoke about, you see, it was a functioning, considering, you have to consider that in Medina back then, in Yathrib, it wasn't like cities today. You didn't have a town hall and you didn't have a certain hub to just go and meet up and a lounging place and a certain, you didn't have these places. So the masjid functioned. I'm not saying today we do have a lot of spaces, so I'm not saying it needs to be everything. It doesn't need to be everything, but still we need to remember that this is the heartbeat. If it's just about bricks and mortar and saying that, look, let's just build a nice looking, amazing, spectacular place, stick up an incredible chandelier, let's cover it in gold, and let's, sure, okay, you've got a lot of money, okay, to spend on that. And I'm not saying that's it's not a horrible, nobody's saying that's necessarily a bad thing like that. I just feel that the priorities are misplaced. That the first thing you should be thinking about is the hearts and minds of people. This was the message of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then later on, you think about the functions, and then you think about, okay, where do we accommodate this? Right. So, kabhi kabhi mere dil mein sawal aata hai. Yes, I don't know. Yeah, if it was like that, everybody would. I think well-funded masjids should have mental health counseling. Just do Ruqyah on them instead. Yeah, they'll say, your problems ain't, what it is, but we have to, let's make dua for these people. Let's pray for them. Because they too are just trapped in a world of this kind of belief system, which they themselves don't entirely believe in that way, but they, it's weird. Like nobody would say if you had cancer, you shouldn't go to a hospital. You should sit and recite tilawa over this person. They would all say that you should go get to an oncologist and get some treatment. But but then they will say, oh, for other issues, and you see, I get it that you see some of these people, some of them, they're coming from a place of love for this theme, for the Quran, and I admire that. I admire that these people, they see the Quran as rahmatan wa shifa. And Allah says it is shifa lima fi sudur. And they hold it in that great maqam. That, this will cure everything, including physiological health issues and deficiencies and broken bones and cancerous cells and, psychotic behavior and heart cardiovascular disease, and it'll cure everything. And that is an immense amount of love and awe for the book of Allah, and the teachings of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But that love is misplaced. It's misplaced, unfortunately. The outcome is not accurate. But the love is admirable. I do, I admire the kind of where they're trying to come from, but then the outcome is so misplaced. I mean, the love is so misplaced that the outcome can be disastrous. So not everything that has a good intention reaches its successful outcome. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. If it was that, then people would always. In fact, speaking of mental health issues, a lot of mental health issues are often a result of the parent-child relationship from childhood. Often. The whole of psychoanalysis, many of these therapeutic procedures recognize that there are deep-seated, subconscious trauma and issues going on since childhood. Yet many parents do. I would feel most, I would like to say all, but most parents have perhaps a deep love for their children. But it's just that it's misplaced sometimes. And it can lead to tragic consequences. So it's not just having a good niyyah. These people saying we love the Quran to that extent that it will cure everything. That is a deep, visceral love for the Quran. And that's admirable, but the niyyah, if they've got the strategy wrong, as in these cases, it's not here to cure cancer. You see, Allah says, shifa'un lima fi sudur. It is a shifa. Lima fi sudur. What's in the hearts? What's in the hearts, people? Not cardiovascular disease. Allah meant the spiritual diseases of superstition and these reckless folkloric myths that were fettering people, tying them down into these meaningless traditions. And it came to free mankind from that. So it's important to recognize. It's important to recognize. Mufti's hair is spikier than the spikes of Vlad the Impaler. It is spiky, honestly. Insta DM Voral. I will check it out, man. I will check it out, man. I'll do that, man. Right, so let's speaking of that, let's get back to our. I've been distracted today. I don't know why I'm getting distracted. Every time I get distracted. It's your love, people. It's your love. You know what? Let's pour a drink. First of all, drink what I have. Drink. What's this on, man? So I needed the drink, man. I needed the drink. Check. You can't probably see it there because the drink's not dark enough, but MALM's pint. Allah. Let's go to some important lessons. I will share the link and let you guys jump on as well. But let's take a look first. Right, those of you that haven't caught up on this, check it out, people. It's on YouTube, Lessons on the Unconscious Mind. All right, so I had an interesting quote. This really ties in with a lot of what we've spoken about today, that half of life is lost in charming others, the other half is lost in going through anxieties caused by others. Leave this play, you've played enough. Allah. People, focus on yourself. Right, so I thought I'd share that, an amazing quote by Maulana Jalaluddin Ar-Rum himself. Right, let's move on. So today, focusing on, we've got some of these verses. You can see there, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وما لهم به من علم إن يتبعون إلا الظن وإن الظن لا يغني من الحق شيئا. That's in Surah Najm. There are a few verses in the Quran with similar meanings and similar indications, that you see conjecture, this dhan. You see, dhan can mean thinking, dhan can also refer to suspicion. Now, this verse as well, Surah Al-Hujurat, that you can see there, verse 12. And I'll leave that there so you can read it as well. That Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu ijtanibu kathiran min adh-dhann. Avoid much of suspicion. Dhann can mean that suspicion. That inna ba'da dhanni ithm. That some of this is a great sin. Now, a sin here, meaning it is a great harm. Okay? وَلَا تَجَسَّسُوا, and do not spy. وَلَا يَغْتَبْ بَعْضُكُمْ بَعْضًا, and do not backbite. But this as well here is more that it's about that same thing, that suspicion is going on. See, this suspicion, this spying, this spreading news, making claims. أَيُحِبُّ أَحَدُكُمْ أَنْ يَأْكُلَ لَحْمَ أَخِيهِ مَيْتًا فَكَرِهْتُمُوهُ. It is as though you are eating the dead flesh. And this also, people just refer to it as the allegory often, but also the fact that this is what it often leads to. It can lead to death, and in some cases, ridiculous massacres. It can lead to all kinds of social instability and tragedies. Inna Allah tawwabur rahim. See, Allah ends it by saying, Inna Allah tawwabur rahim. Allah does turn back to you if you turn to Him. And when He does turn to you, He's merciful. And this is a similar, on a similar note, also teaching us that وَلَا تَقْفُ مَا لَيْسَ لَكَ بِهِ عِلْمٍ. Don't pursue, don't follow that which you don't have true knowledge of. إِنَّ السَّمْعَ وَالْبَصَرَ وَالْفُؤَادَ كُلُّ أُولَٰئِكَ كَانَ عَنْهُ مَسْئُولًا. Surah Al-Isra. Now, what's interesting about that verse is Allah then goes on to mention إِنَّ السَّمْعَ وَالْبَصَرَ وَالْفُؤَادَ. You see, the blessing of sight, the blessing of hearing, the blessing of cognition, of fu'ad, emotion. All of this is accountable, meaning do wonderful things with it. There's so much great to do with this. Why are you getting caught up in all of this negativity? You see, how many people, so many people in their lives, they will encounter, let's say, dark stages of chapters based on this way of thinking, this suspicion. اجتنبوا كثيرا من الظن. Allah says stay. Now it's interesting, Allah doesn't say stay away from all suspicion. Why not all suspicion? Because human beings, you see, it's within our heuristics, within the way the brain works. It has schemas. We react. So for example, we have intuition as well. Sometimes a person can just get a feeling and they get a hunch as well for something. And this, on many occasions, can save lives. See, a person could get suspicious. I don't like the way, what's going on here? And that could save people. It could save the loss of wealth. It could save the loss of... so many things have often been prevented, and harm has been kept at bay by people, the alarm bells, the intuitive suspicions being aroused. So it's true that there are many occasions where this has to be adopted, this has to be pursued. But most of us will, as humans, on many occasions use these faculties for just useless, futile stuff. I wonder what's going what gossip is going on. This kind of and this is just useless. This is just useless. Even if it's entertaining, but it's useless ultimately. And some is more harmful than others. So this whole thing of being, and in fact, on so many occasions, you could take anything. Take relationships. This is a common one. People will be like, yeah, I wonder what he's up to. Or I wonder what she's up to. Why does she dress like that? Where does she go? Where does he go? You see, the problem with this line of thinking is you've already set upon a path, the end of which will not be pleasant. You've already set upon it. Now it's just a matter of time. This is the whole thing. This is the point in Surah Al-Hujarat, that look, ijtanibu. It's different if things are there in life. If things appear to you, you deal with them. If they don't appear to you, don't go excessively seeking things out. That in the other verse of the Quran, that لا تسألوا عن أشياء تبدى لكم تسؤكم. In these things, if these things are made to appear to you, they will only be harmful. Don't. Leave it. If things are good, be grateful and focus on more good that you can do. Allah says that إن السمع والبصر والفؤاد كل أولئك كان عنه مسؤولا. And look at this. And one way is, why did Allah use the word ulaika? Ulaika is used to refer to people or a number of people, not tilka, which could be used to refer to the plural of objects. Ulaika is often for human beings, and here, although it's referring to things like vision and auditory faculties and cognition and emotions, not technically referring to human beings. But one way of looking at that is, okay, fair enough, these are in human beings, but because this is how grand these things can be when used in an effective, positive way. Just think about it. That an eye that sees good, that tries to do good, something that tries to, let me spread a nice word, let me be positive, let me bring a smile on someone's face. Let me try and feel what somebody's going through and help them. So these are the things, and so often we get caught people will get caught, and then there'll be self-imposed misery. And so this is an amazing, honestly, a beautiful example in the Quran of saying, look, just stay away from this stuff. And people say, oh, but people might be up to stuff. It could be parents, trying to say, well, it could be partners, husbands, wives, it could be in work, it could be other stuff. And I'm not saying you don't need to have a level of astuteness, but there's a fine line where it turns into just suspicion. And what this does is it can get into the veins. And that hadith, and some people, this is how the devil works in the veins. It gets so deep that a person can't shake it off. And so, and so I thought this is such an important lesson, and it's something so simple, but so commonplace. And it may be difficult to train, but it can be so easily avoided. Yeah. So, I thought we'll cover that. I did want to give some examples, some historical example. Because another thing is, you see, and I wanted to share the example today of an incident from the time of the early Abbasids. Allah, al-Khilafa al-Abbasiyya. Right now, and it's such a mesmerizing time from Islamic history, when the Islamic world, one could argue, is at its peak, entering its golden age. Allah, opulence, wealth, prosperity. So this is what I want to speak about. Because, somebody here said that the problem with delusions of grandeur, paranoia, the world being against them, is so debilitating. It is, because we can be put off by people's actions, but then we have to always check ourselves. You see, keep it always healthy, keep it positive, people. Don't let people turn you into something you don't want to be. Don't make them bring out a darker side of you. Don't make them trigger you into becoming your shadow, so to speak. That's not that. Don't let them rob your light. Okay. You must always shine bright. That is who you are. Live to that potential. Let me share a little personal. Years ago when I was studying, you see, because you get this just occurred to me because I want to share the other incident. Anybody who when I was studying in Damascus over 20 years ago, so in the late 90s I was there, and then I was there for probably 1998, 99. Then I probably came back in 2001 or 2, and then 2003, something like that. So the first time I was there for a long while, and Damascus used to have this back then, they used to have this preposterous tourist guideline or guidance from the government, and that was that, how you need a visa to go into a country. So Syria in that day and age I don't know if it still does, but it needed a visa to leave the country. So chalo, I hope, but how are you going to leave now? So I'd never, obviously, I was just young at the time anyway. I was probably just 18, but I'd never heard of that. And so I didn't collect an exit visa, this Ta'shiratul Khuruj. Anybody, believe me, anybody that studied there at that time in that kind of era of talabul ilm, seeking knowledge, will know this, that you need this. And this was like a big deal when you needed to leave, and you had to get this from, there was this area called Baramkeh. Okay, now everybody that studied at that time will know this. And so when I was there, there was Sheikh Imam Zaid was there. He was studying at Jamia Bakr. This is the time, I'm trying to think, there was, I think is in Imam Jihad or something, he was there. There were Sheikh Saqib Shami was there. You had Sheikh Aslam had come slightly after for the other times. Sheikh Asrar had come. There were many people at that time that were that kind of their paths had kind of slightly intertwined in Damascus, and everybody would have gone through this. So in this place in Baramkeh, you had this Maktabat al-Hijr wal Jawazat, and this office for passports and visas and all this stuff, and you had to go there. And I remember when I needed to leave, I turned up, and I had my flight on, I think it was Sunday, and so I turned up on, I think it must have been a Friday, and I turn up and I said to the person, look, I need this visa, and they're like, oh, and they make you, they they treat you like absolute, and you're just having to wait here, then wait there, and then plead with this person, plead with that person, go through the whole rounds, and you spent half a day there. Now eventually I'm at this desk, and this is the desk, this is the guy who's got my, he's supposed to just stamp this thing, and he says to me, well, why haven't you had it done already? So I've got my ticket. He says, well, when are you going? I said, look, I'm flying on, whatever it was. It's just in a couple, I think it was on the Sunday. And he said, oh, you should have had this from before, or you should have reported to us previously and according to this protocol or whatever. And I said, look, I don't know, and I was ill or whatever it was. I can't remember. And the guy he was like, oh, he was like, well, tough. I'm like, huh? Yeah, I need to leave. He's like, well, you won't be able to. And I'm getting into this argument with this guy, and it's taking time, and I'm getting so frustrated, and I'm young as well, and so obviously not as I suppose I'm not as well composed as, you develop patience as well in life. And so I'm getting all frustrated, and it's exacerbating the situation, and he's getting all, I gotta go home, I ain't got time for you, and blah, blah, blah. And all this stuff is going on. And then I'm like all these curses in my heart are coming out for this guy. I'm thinking the worst of this person, and then I'm thinking the worst of all of these people. And you see, this is how a person's mentality shifts. You think, well, all these people are like this, they're all like this, they're all and it's going just and I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to miss my flight now, and then this is going to happen, and how am I going to buy a new ticket, and how am I going to do this? And then this other person just walks into the office who's about to sign out, and he can see me, this young, frustrated man, just standing there going, and arguing with this guy, and this guy arguing back and telling me, shut up, and who the hell do you think you are? And then that guy's just, you could tell he's kind of taken whatever they had this particular, you could tell he's getting ready to go home, grabbing his stuff, and he just stops and says, he kind of just taps the guy, that look, just relax, yeah. Why are you getting so worked up? And he goes, and then he looks at me, he goes, what's the issue? I go, look, I just needed my Ta'shirat al-Khuruj, my visa to leave. I've got a flight on Sunday. And he goes, what's your name? I said, this. And he goes, is this, he picks this paper, he goes, is that yours? I go, yeah. He goes, gets the stamp, stamps it. He goes, there you go. That was it. And I was, you know what? I was so grateful to that guy. I was like, wow, you know. And I was just so, honestly, it just changed everything, my whole perception. But it's so interesting how our human perceptions go from extreme to extreme so rapidly. Somebody treating you like absolute dirt and you stereotyping, you know, stereotypically generalizing all of the people, and you're so, oh, I can't stand these people, I can't do this, I can't, to somebody just a simple act of kindness, and you're like, oh my God, these people are so amazing. You know, how fickle-minded we are, and just being cognizant of that. I thought I'd share that, and that was just a personal story, and how the area is so well known, this area Baramkeh. But that's also relevant, people, to what I want to talk about. So hold this thought, Baramkeh. This in Arabic, what was called in Damascus Baramkeh, this area is actually quite significant. Why? And to understand that, we have to step into a time machine. And we have to go back approximately 1,200 years. Okay, so we do. This area was given to it was one of many areas given to a very powerful family known as the Baramikah. Okay, which was plural of Barmakids. Now, who are these people? Why are they so important? And what led to the tragedy, one of the greatest soul-shattering, heart-piercing tragedies of Islamic history? It is known as Nakbatul Baramikah, the tragedy of the Baramikah. Let's put these questions there to the side. Who are these people? These people are of Persian origin. They emerge in very early Islam, in the Umayyad era. So let's say we're talking, I don't know, within a century after the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. These people emerge. They are from that region, the kind of Near East. And there's this person called Barmakids. And he's not just an anybody, he was a high priest for the Zoroastrians and had an esteemed position. He used to look over several administrative affairs for their great temples, including the great temple of the Zoroastrians where the fire had not gone out for over 1,000 years. So this person, Barmakids, they say during the Umayyad, maybe Hisham ibn Abdul Malik's reign, he embraces Islam. It all falls under Islam. So he becomes a Muslim. Now he's somebody of social standing. A lot of people follow him, you know, especially his people. Think about it. He's like this high priest. And he maintains that kind of respect amongst his people, especially the Khurasaniyin, you know, the people of Khurasan, that part of, let's say, Iran leaning east, and then that Afghanistan region. Those kind of places were called Khurasan. These people historically had a great respect for him. And they were very sophisticated because this was just after the Sassanid Empire had collapsed. And if you recall in some of our other lessons, I've spoken about how even people like Muawiyah radiallahu anhu, when he wanted to expand his treasury and have a greater income for the caliphate, he looked at the techniques adopted by the Sassanids for the development and growth of wealth. And he actually adopted those techniques and they worked. So these people were quite sophisticated. They had a huge dynasty that had lasted for so long and very wealthy. So, yeah, so here he is, Barmak. Now, he goes on, keeps this, he has children. His son, Khalid, goes on to become also a renowned figure. Yeah. And some say him and his child, Yahya, they play a role in the rising of the Abbasids, the Bani al-Abbas, the Abbasid dynasty, when it wanted to overthrow the Umayyads. Those of you that know, we can cover that in another lesson sometime, that the Abbasids come from Khurasan. That's where they emerge from. And there's a great figure that we'll have to speak about him on some. He's another known as Abu Muslim al-Khurasani, one of the most outstanding, powerful characters of Islam, who combines glory with tragedy. But that's a different story. But with the rise of the Abbasids, are these people, Khalid al-Barmaki and his son Yahya al-Barmaki, they are there, they're rising, the Abbasids take over, they kill the Umayyads. These people are important. Why? Because they have social standing, and the Abbasids and these people need them. Remember, these are originally Persian people, Farsi, but they have huge followings. They have a social sway. They are like today, you would say, influencers, but they're not just like the just do some kind of a I don't know, like a monkey dance. What they do is they actually have wisdom as well and administrative strategies. So the Abbasids keep them close. That's all cool. This Yahya al-Barmaki, he is quite close. He's used, they pick his brains for administrative structures. How do we do this? How do we do that? And things are going good. Things are going sweet. Now, what happens in the house of Bani al-Abbas? There is some dispute. I won't get into all of it, but those of you that know how, it begins with pure bloodshed with Safa, and then it goes on, and then you've got Mansur, and there's some stability. And people say it's actually these people like Khalid al-Barmaki who advised Mansur to build Baghdad and make that as his. See, this is the kind of input they're giving at an administrative level. But then his son Yahya is very close. He takes care of, in fact, he becomes so close, he takes care of the caliph's children like his own. So many of us have heard of Harun al-Rashid, the great legendary, caliph. In fact, when you think of the Islamic Golden Age, Harun al-Rashid comes to your mind. The caliph from the story of the Arabian Nights, 1001 Nights. That's Harun al-Rashid. So he grows up around Yahya al-Barmaki, who's taking care of him, and he's like an additional parent for him. That's how close he is. What happens is Mansur had set the crown after him, the caliphate, to Harun al-Rashid's older brother. After Mansur there was Mahdi, but then Mahdi had set it for, you've got Harun's older brother Hadi and then Harun. This is how it was set. Okay, it was already set that first the elder brother is going to become king. Once he dies, the younger brother is king. This is how a lot of them were doing it. Tika, nothing, no real news there. Hadi becomes the caliph. Fine, it's already written in the program. He decides after a little while to change it. He says, look, I've got my younger brother. He's only a young teenager. After me, it's going to be him, Harun al-Rashid. I'm not really feeling him. So, yeah, he's all right. I guess you're all right, bro. But why don't I make my son the next caliph? Son. Baap numbri, beta das numbri. That's the... So he thinks, yeah, after all, this is... that's my blood, I suppose, my blood brother, man. But this is my son. I'll make my son the caliph after me. I'm going to change the caliphal allegiance, because the allegiance is to me and after me to Harun al-Rashid. No, I'm going to change it to me, after me, my son. Yahya al-Baramkeh finds out. And remember, he's like the foster parent to who? To Harun al-Rashid. Baramkeh, some people say Baramkeh, say Barmaki, same thing, right? So this Yahya al-Baramkeh, he's that tight with Harun al-Rashid, has so much love for his own son. He has 4 sons. His son is Ja'far, who is so close to Harun al-Rashid. They've been brought up together. Yahya's wife, the mother of Ja'far, also nurses and breastfeeds Harun al-Rashid, the caliph. So they're like considered brothers. This is how close they are. His other son Fadl, his other son Muhammad, he's got a bunch of sons, and they're all, they're all young. But for him, even though he's come from this Persian origin, he's that involved, he feels this as an offense, that wait a minute, you are going against and you're about to deprive Harun al-Rashid. So he takes up arms. He says, "Na munana." So he takes his sons with him. He says, we're going to set the record straight. It's him, then it's Harun al-Rashid. Takes his son, he takes Harun al-Rashid with him, who's young. And remember, he's been in and amongst royalty. He's the first guard, the old guard. He's got all the security. He's got the armies as well. He turns up and it's about to turn into something bloody. And all bloody, you bloody, you bloody. And it's about to get all. And Hadi realizes, you know what? This ain't going to work. He says, "Oh, ease up. Mistake, yaar. Mistake, okay, yaar. I make the mistake, man. I'm making the mistake." So he says, "You know what? My bad, man. What did I deleted that. Oh, sorry, man. Where's Control Z? Control Z kar do, yaar. Let's undo it, man. Undo it." So this leads to some issues, and then they pretty much just, depose and remove Hadi, and they place Harun al-Rashid. They say, you know what? These kind of mistakes, it's not too much, yaar. So they say, we have to remove you, man. So they put Harun al-Rashid, who was next anyway. They fast forward. They go, yeah, take it to the next season. So Harun al-Rashid. But the problem is Harun al-Rashid is young. He's what, I think he may have been 13 or something, very young. And he's sitting on this throne. And the caliphal kingdom is in its huge might. Let me give you an example of how huge the kingdom is, right? So I should have here. So let me just bring this up. So this is this is a map of the right. So this is a map of the kingdom that you can see. That is relatively huge. Muslim Spain is no longer part of it, and we've discussed that in the past. And Northwest Africa isn't a part of it. But look how vast that is. You've got the entire Middle East. You've got reaching into Khorasan over there. Just you can see the outskirts of Kabul, and maybe some point that's also part of it. And you can see right here going into bordering Eastern Europe. Now, here's a young teenager. Now, he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do. So he says, look, he says to Yahya al-Baramkeh, and remember, this is who he used to call Abati. He used to call him basically Abba. Abati in Arabic is a nice way, an endearing way of saying Ya Abi, dad, Because his own dad, if you think about it, would often be busy. He wouldn't be around. And Yahya al-Barmaki is the one who was always looking over him. And he was this major, he was like, you could consider almost a very, almost like the home minister or something like that, really significant. So he says to Yahya al-Barmaki that, Dad, he used to call him Dad. He says, look, please, he says, help me run this. He says, don't worry about it. I got this for you. And he does. He sets it up so wonderfully. And now he's got even more reign. He's got more control. He sets up Khurasan. And remember, he's coming from a family of power, affluence, influence, prosperity, ministerial responsibilities, people who, right from the Sassanid dynasty, his family were this prestigious social. And it's not just about, you see, it's not just about things like wealth. It's about a mindset. You know, people who have a certain way, they have a story that we know how to deal with these things, and so they do. You see, and this is what this person was. He was coming with this mindset that we come from this legacy of movers and shakers when it comes to world affairs. And he handles it, and he says to him, don't you worry, I've got this, and there's growth, there is prosperity, money is coming in. In fact, the administrative structures are laid out by these people. Barmaki, the house of Barmaki, he has his children. Some are older than others. Ja'far is a very similar age to Harun al-Rashid. They grow up, remember, they're still young. They are like the best of friends, BFFFFF. The bestest of friends, yeah. They're so tight. I mean, from when they've been growing up, apart from actually nursing from the same mother, they used to call each other brother. But they were it's not just calling each other brother, like people can have brothers and not be so close to them. They were so close. They used to do everything together. Everything you can name. In fact, they say even as a young man, now check this out, Harun al-Rashid, sometimes, I don't know, as some kind of humor, he would have this cloak made, which it came with an arm, like how the normal kind of gowns that you have. But the gown was slightly large that two people could fit in it. And he used to wear it on one side, and he would make Ja'far al-Barmaki wear it on the other side. This one, agape, brotherly love. And they would walk. So this was the kind of, this is the bond, man, the bond. So, that, ye bandhan to, Karan Arjun. So this is like that. Oh, Dharamveer. So this bond, and they grow up and they mature into mature, strong men. And Ja'far al-Barmaki he's not only so tight, he's so close to Harun al-Rashid, he is an executive when it comes to matters of influence and affairs. Let me give you an example. If people had come to, let's say, the royal court and they needed stuff done, even if it was so sensitive, so there's an incident where one of the relatives of Harun al-Rashid comes, and he'd come to ask for Harun al-Rashid's daughter's hand for his son. Harun al-Rashid wasn't there. Ja'far al-Barmaki is there. And he asks him, what's up? And he says, I came for this. He says, I've given it. I've given it. There's an incident where somebody comes with a certain debt they needed, and it was to be paid by Harun al-Rashid was to pay them something. So says, I've given it. Somebody comes for a contract. They want to make a particular contract and on a huge state level, when it's to do with a huge amount of land and he says, I've done it. This, and when Harun al-Rashid would come back, so let's say on this incident where he has agreed to marrying his daughter off to someone, he came back and he finds out that, do you know what Harun al-Rashid's reaction would be? He'd be so happy. He'd be like, man, that is exactly how I would have. I'm so glad you handled it. This is how he had this admiration for. And these people, Ja'far al-Barmaki, his brother Fadl al-Barmaki, these people weren't just like your kind of, just people in a position of power. They were incredibly enchanting and eloquent and so capable. So, to give you an example of his knowledge, Ja'far al-Barmaki is a student of Abu Yusuf, the great Hanafi faqih, the student of Abu Hanifa. His student is Ja'far al-Barmaki. That's how, and do you know how eloquent they were in Arabic? Incredibly eloquent. They knew the poetry of Jahiliyyah. They knew the poetry of different Arabs. Even their own speech, their own poems were so eloquent. And then another thing they were known for was spending wealth. Now, people may be critical of them, but they used to give. This is the thing, people of heart, because they kind of felt that maybe, they had this legacy of being from money, that so many people would come to them, and they would, if they found that, let's say there was a person having an issue with wealth, they would, if he was asking for money, they would give him money. If they were going and they found somebody that was struggling, they would say, pay him, give him some money. In fact, there's a story some of the historians narrate. They say that, this person was absolutely disheveled. Somebody could say like almost homeless, selling peanuts. And he's going, and Ja'far al-Barmaki is at one of his royal courts, and he can see from a distance this guy approaching people on the road, trying to sell them some peanuts, and some fool. So more fool. Those of you that know Arabic, which it is. So, and he's trying to sell it, and some people not buying it, and he's just struggling, and he's just sitting there in the heat, and it becomes evening, and he's just sitting there looking so miserable. And Ja'far al-Barmaki sees him. He thinks, wasn't that guy there earlier on? So they're about to leave their kind of palace, and he's about to leave, and he says to him, he says, go bring that guy to me. So they bring him, and he says, he asks him, what are you doing? And he says, I'm just trying to sell this. And he asks him, what's your story, man? He says, look, he's really struggling. He's got no money at all. He says he'd come here to make some money. This is the only thing he had to sell. And, and it's just basically an absolute sob story. And he says, well, how many peanuts have you got? And he says, well, I've got this bag. So he says to he has these kind of, you could say soldiers and people like that with him, a certain amount. He says, okay. He says, you see these people, he tells them, he says, guys, he says, buy a peanut off him. Everyone for a gold piece. So this guy, the peanut guy, is like, what? So he's So they're all buying this fool, one each, the Arabic word for it, fool, this peanut with a gold piece each. And this guy's got a bunch of gold pieces at the end. So he's selling, and then he asks him, so they all buy it, and he's got like a few left in the bag. He says, all done? And he says, I've got just 3, 4, whatever. And he says, you buy one. And then he has just 2 left in there. No, sorry, he has just 1. No, he finishes. He says, yeah, it's all finished. And then he says, there's just one peanut. I don't see this one. So Ja'far says, hand it to me. अबे देखें तो सही यार ये चीज क्या है? What is this one, man? He gets the peanut and he breaks it in half. And he has his wife with him. He says to her that buy this peanut off him, this half. He says, but you have to buy with, because right now he's got all the money he's made, he's put it in this kind of, he's got this kind of like a basket thing where he's put all these gold pieces. He says, but its price is double that basket. Buy it off him. So his wife says, okay. She says, fine. She says, I'll buy it. The price is double that basket. She gives it. So this peanut guy is like, yeah, guess that pasando. What is going on? And so when she gives him all that extra, so double the price or whatever, all these gold pieces he had, she doubles it. He then says to him that, he says that, and this remaining half, he says, you can take, he tells his guy, he says, give him double everything he has now. That's the price of this. And he says, and this was this last, he says, this was the sovereignty of this peanut. The authority, if you like, the amara til fool. And this person is so, he cannot believe what has happened. His life turns around, this trader, this peanut man. And we're going to come back to him as well in a moment. So these are these people, the Baramkeh, so eloquent, so spending. And there's so many stories of them like this. And I'm not saying they were angels. I'm sure they power, power corrupts, I guess. And, it corrupts the best of people. And I'm sure they too would have had many flaws. And they had a lot of wealth. And to the extent that they say once Harun al-Rashid was traveling and he saw, when he was going to Hajj, and he would ask, oh, that's such an amazing place. Who does that belong to? Say, oh, that belongs to Baramkeh. Who does that belong to? That belongs to Baramkeh. But this is how tight they were. And that area in Damascus that I was speaking about, that Maktabat al-Hijr wal-Jawazat in Baramikah, is named Baramikah because the Baramikah had certain houses there, and it was named after them. And you see, Harun al-Rashid has a sister, Abbasa. She is set to marry Ja'far. This is how close they are. They are seen as, we are just one. It's like this, man, like this, and dosti. But people are the vicissitudes of fate. Allahu Akbar. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu ijtanibu kathiran min adh-dhann. History remains uncertain. What was the exact poison that leaked into the veins of Harun al-Rashid? Many have speculated diverse theories. But what we know is as though with the flash of a light or the blinking of an eye, overnight, Harun al-Rashid one day becomes so poisoned immediately with the thought of the Baramkeh. He becomes so paranoid, so instantly, that one evening he gathers his special few guards and he tells them that I need you to bring me a certain amount of guards, just very secretly, bring them to me now. And they do. And he tells them at nightfall, we are to make a special raid. And it will be scattered, it will be diverse. Some of you have to set off now to be in a different city, and some of you have to be here, and this whole and they're like, okay, what's going on? And he says, and we are to arrest Yahya al-Barmaki, his dad, his stepdad, or who he calls dad. He's not his stepdad, but he calls him dad. Ja'far al-Barmaki, his brother, who he calls brother. Fadl al-Barmaki, and all the key Muhammad all the key Baramkeh, we are to arrest. And he says, and all the other significant ones, he says, don't arrest them, imminently kill them. At the fall of night, the tables are so swiftly turned. Not a single soul caught wind of what is happening. Yahya, Ja'far, Fadl, these people are dragged in. They don't understand. All of a sudden, some people turn up. They ask them, oh, can you come with us? There's some emerge. They're taken into arrest. They don't understand what the hell's going on. They brought in front of Harun al-Rashid. And he initially puts them in a kind of holding cell. And Yahya, the father, realizes that this is something truly dark. And they say that his son asks him that, look, he says, Dad, what's going on? That, we, after all, why have they put us in these rags and locked us in here? And they say, he said that perhaps, he says, لَعَلَّ دَعْوَةً سَرَتْ بِلَيْلٍ. He says, maybe we wronged a soul and a da'wah that reached the heavens. غَفَلْنَا عَنْهَا وَمَا اللَّهُ عَنْهَا بِغَافِلٍ. That we were negligent of it, yet Allah is never negligent. And he says to them, I did always warn you. Yahya al-Barmaki says. And they say that in fact, there's a very famous poem. We can discuss that in another session as well, where he says, وَمَا أَنْتُمْ إِلَّا كَقَوْلِ تُرَيْدْ ibn Samma. That هَلْ أَنَا إِلَّا مِنْ غَزِيَّةَ إِنْ غَوَتْ غَوَيْتُ وَإِنْ تَرْشُدْ غَزِيَّةُ أَرْشُدْ. That basically, he says the first line of it, that أَمَرْتُ أَمْرِي بِمُنْعَرِجِ اللَّوَى فَلَمْ يَسْتَبِينُ الرُّشْدَ إِلَّا ضُحَى الْغَدِ. He says, I did always advise you to always be super vigilant. But, alas, they only realize once it's too late. Harun al-Rashid has Ja'far brought in front of him. His own brother, this person who he would share that thawb with, would walk side by side with, who would marry his own daughter without, and he'd be happy. This person who he was his own sister, Abbasa, was due to marry. This is to this extent, this person, Ja'far al-Barmaki, he has him brought and has him executed. He says, he turns away from him and he tells his person, he gives him the signal and then says, bring me his head. And in that night, they say over 1,000 of the Baramkeh were massacred. Allah. This, what's that? That dil abhi puri tarah toota nahi. Dil abhi puri tarah toota nahi. Doston ki meharbani chahiye. Allah. One of the greatest tales of betrayal and tragedy. This night that in which everything changes for the entire Abbasid dynasty. Nobody truly knows what was it that triggered Harun al-Rashid. People speculate, it was they had started to gain too much power and it occurred to him. Some people say no, it was they had insulted him and he came to realize. Some historians have said, because he was going to marry Abbasa, the sister, all of a sudden it occurred to him, how can a Persian marry my sister who's an Arab? Some people say, it was to do with the sons, because Harun al-Rashid, his main sons who were next in to be the caliph was Muhammad al-Amin, and then there was al-Ma'mun, and they say that some of them were siding with Ma'mun because his mother was Persian, and there's all these speculations, but none of these incidents were new. There was nothing that was suddenly happened. People say, they squandered so much wealth that he'd got envious that how have they got all this power and position. And some people had said, but nothing had happened just now. You see the power of waswasa. You see suspicion and paranoia. And it shocked the entire Muslim Abbasid world, because these people were de facto the rulers, and I'm sure they were riddled with faults, but their generosity had touched the hearts of thousands upon thousands. Harun al-Rashid announced that anybody mourning their death is to be put to death. So it became forbidden to mourn them or say a poem in dedication to them. He had the body of Ja'far crucified and hung on a bridge outside of Baghdad. Allah, you see, when the poison of hatred and toxicity runs deep in the veins, insan can drop and stoop so low. خلقنا الإنسان أحسن تقويم ثم رددناه أسفل سافل. Insan can stoop so low. And these are the tragedies. They say that, so many people looked at Ja'far. Those of you that know the great scholar Sufyan ibn Uyayna used to live in Mecca, was slightly junior to Imam Malik. Ja'far would give him a daily stipend, some say of 1,000 dinars, And that's why Sufyan ibn Uyayna was so wealthy, because he didn't need to work. They say when he heard of Ja'far's death, he cried, Sufyan ibn Uyayna, and he said that, oh Allah, take care of his akhirah the way he took care of my dunya. Because there were so many people. And in fact, there's an incident that they say that a person, there was some Bedouin Arab who would come once a year. He would come to see Ja'far, and what he would do is say a poem. And based on that poem, Ja'far would give him 1,000 dinars. And they say that he came, but he didn't realize of this incident. He didn't know about the Nakba, the tragedy of the Baramkeh. And he turned up and he saw Ja'far's body crucified, hanging on the bridge. And they say he used to rely on that 1,000 dinars as his yearly income to feed his family. He used to survive the whole year based on that one giving of Ja'far al-Barmaki. And they say he just cried and cried, even though it was prohibited to cry for any of the Baramikah. He cried and they say he fell asleep, just sitting there. He didn't know what to do. And in his dream, he saw Ja'far al-Barmaki. and he says to him, oh, he says, oh, I brought my poem. And then Ja'far says to him, read it to me. So he reads it. And he says that, he reads it and Ja'far says, wow. And then he says, you would pay me every year and I would rely on that money. And then Ja'far says to him, he says, go to Basra. In such and such market, there will be a trader. Go to him and tell him to pay you. Tell him I sent you, and tell him by the sovereignty of that peanut. Allah. And this person goes to Basra and he knows nothing. He turns up to this marketplace and he sees this person, and then he tells him, and the person pays him. And then he says, you know what? Here's 500 on top from me. And he says, wow. He says, you know what? He says, but I didn't get this sovereignty of the peanut thing. Please explain it. And then he tells him that story. He says, once I came to Baghdad and I was homeless and I was like this, and this whole story of when he says, and he gave me so much, I managed to come and set myself up and I've got such a lucrative trade. Now, I'm not trying to, these stories are all documented. I'm not trying to say these people were angels or these people were some kind of, I'm sure in many ways they were saints and sinners, just like everyone. But what Harun al-Rashid did was truly a barbaric tragedy. The cries of this travesty did not go unnoticed. They say that the da'wat al-mazlum reaches Allah. Harun al-Rashid, what he set into motion, unquestionably derailed his entire dynasty. It was such a powerful dynasty. I mean, this was, it was the heyday of Islam. The golden era of Islam is this era. When all the books are getting translated and the Bayt al-Hikmah. After him, Amin for a short while, and then Ma'mun fighting Amin and we can cover that in another lesson sometime, the travesty in that, and then some stability, and then after that there is no real Abbasids. They still stay by name, but everything breaks, everything. The glory is gone. It's certain dynasties just rule from the shadows, the Buwayhids and the other people, and then you'll get all of the others that will come. And there is no real the Fatimiyyin rise from Egypt. And the whole thing, what he had done, began with some poison being whispered. And even if we don't know what that poison is, we know that, you see, giving your ear to this waswasa and acting out with barbarism and this brutality will never have its fruits. And this is one of the tales that we find, that it's, as Saghar Siddiqui says, हजारों फूल खिले पर अपना काफिला ना रुका, दिलों पे दाग लिए हम चमन से गुजरे. That he says that the caravan must still go on, I guess. दिलों पे दाग लिए हम चमन से गुजरे. That we've gone through these flower gardens with pain in the heart, and it's something which ties straight back to what we were taking a look at. Ijtanibu kathiran min adh-dhann. Stay away from this suspicion, this paranoia, because the Muslim dynasty, if you like, this golden era of Islam, never was regained in that capacity ever again. Harun al-Rashid did manage to kill the Baramkeh and destroy and remove their name, eradicate their name from Muslim history, or at least from participatory history in any way. So anybody who did stay alive, they had no real role in Islam or its history after that from the household of Barmakids. He did manage to do that. But by doing so, in acting out on these suspicions or this poison that he had, he derailed not only an entire civilization yet to come, but it haunted him for the rest of his life. He didn't, this thing that he was somehow okay with this. You're never okay with any truly wrongdoing that you do. You are never okay with it. It is buried into your soul. It bolsters the shadow that your inner demons, they haunt you for the rest of your life. And I think there's such powerful lessons that we can always take. And in our history, there's so many. And I thought, let me share this with you, because it's one of these, the tragedy of the household of Barmakids, the Baramkeh. Ya salam, ya salam. And how friendship can switch and turn to such toxic, venomous adversity, and not only ruin a person's own soul, but also go on to dislodge the trajectory of civilization. People, let's move on. I don't know why somebody's mentioning Nawaz Sharif. I don't know what the hell Nawaz Sharif has to do with this. Don't compare him to right. Let's take some questions. I'll bring some of you on. And then we can wrap this up. Let me share the link, and then you guys can come on. I'll bring this up. All right, people. So what's going on? Those of you that have just tuned in, click like, click share. Improved. Salam Mufti. Thanks to you, I stayed Muslim. Shukran for your kind words. It is really, Allah guides whom He wills, but really it is you. You have a soul that is searching. You have a mind that wishes to keep pursuing. You refuse to be cowed into pressure by people, and you are optimistic to always listen to the voice of reason where you find it, and that these are really qualities from you. May Allah always keep you blessed and smiling, and likewise anyone. So all right. Shukran. Right. About the Baramkeh, I wanted to say as well, it's a shame that some people took this, some historians have no idea. This is a fact. Historians have no certainty on why Harun al-Rashid did what he did. They have speculations, and their theories vary drastically, from insults to power to his sister to feeling insulted to there's a bunch of different. Nobody's sure, because Harun al-Rashid didn't tell anyone why he did it, and it happened so fast, and then people weren't allowed to talk about it, so he took it to his grave. But it's a shame that some Muslims, and this is not the majority, but some Muslims, to justify him, took to racism. That, you see, when you listen to them, if you listen to this story and you listen to some scholars saying it, and some of the Arab preachers, some of them, they resort to this anti-Persian rhetoric of the Persians have always been filthy, they've always been kafir, they've been fire worshippers, they've been, this kind of, and how can they compare to Harun al-Rashid, who's from Bani Hashim, and he's from the Hashemites, and they took to this to justify what Harun al-Rashid did. They said that he's somebody who performed Hajj every other year. How could he be ever questioned? I'm not saying he didn't perform Hajj, but so did the Baramikah performed Hajj. In fact, they used to have a regular stationed deployment at Hajj. It was always there. It was from the Alu Barmakids, and in fact, it appears in many of the history stories. It's not about just because you do Hajj, you can never think bad, or you can never go astray, or just because you happen to be an Arab, or just because your family are from Bani al-Abbas, that you are some kind of saint. You have to remember that the kuffar of Quraysh, many of them were more closely related to the Prophet than anybody on earth today will ever be, or even more than Harun al-Rashid could ever be closely related to the Prophet, were many of the kuffar of Quraysh, including some of the Prophet's own uncles turning against him. So, this thing of, because it just, you see, it's hurtful when you hear people just justifying it by racism. I mean, for the love of God, don't be racist. You understand? Like, look, the Prophet said very clearly, and the Quran teaches very clearly, all human beings are equal. Don't bring out this anti-Farsi rhetoric of these Persians, the Furus, these people are just Majus, and they're filthy, and they're like this, and there's a lot of this. I'm really surprised with the amount of, the propaganda that some of the preachers did to justify Harun al-Rashid, try and put him in a good light. Look, there's no doubt this was an act of regrettable, to the utmost degree, regrettable tragedy, and it's something that darkened and poisoned Harun al-Rashid's own soul. But that said, I'm sure he did many great things as well. I'm sure he did Hajj every other year. I'm sure the Baramikah did many great things. In fact, they were the ones that were actually built the infrastructure of the Muslim world at the time. It wasn't Harun al-Rashid. So this thing of just bringing out this anytime there's a rivalry between somebody, and you see, what's race got to do with it? You see, why are we bringing race into it? Why are we saying the color of their skin or the color? What's this got to do with anything? They are people. Take them on their merits. People say that they were corrupt. They may have been corrupt, but this act of brutality was no, what was he draining the swamp? He ruined the whole dynasty. It got ruined after he died, and his sons just fought each other, destroyed Baghdad, and then after that it was lost. The Abbasid dynasty just became a nominal dynasty. It was just monumental for its name. And they never ruled it after that. Really, in effect, de facto, it was just the Bani Buwayhid, and then you've got the, Malik Shah and other people, the Seljuks appearing, and you've got the Fatimiyyin from Egypt. And so it's not, it's just disappointing, that's all. I just wanted to say that don't, please, if you see stuff like that, don't support it. Racism is bang out of order. It's nothing to do with people, it isn't an opportunity to start bashing Iranians or bashing Farsi people or bashing, his own, this is the irony. Many of the Abbasid, their own mums were Persian. This is it. So when they start, some of them start, people start saying this, the Persians are being poisonous and this and that, and it's nonsense. Nora Parrish, she said you need help. Love to help, but I'm not much for a video editor, but I've been in IT for 15 years. Anything else? Shukran. I'll drop your message. I mean, you're on the Discord anyway, so I'll drop your message there. So I appreciate it. I was just putting it out there because, I've been quite busy with a bunch of stuff and work stuff and different things going on, and I was thinking I could do with some assistance on things like thumbnails and all this stuff. I do have some people that do it, but I think recently in the past few months we've just had people have been quite preoccupied with their own stuff as well, a lot going on. So I just thought, well, let's see some fresh talent as well and get people that are willing and want to assist in something, reach out to me, and let's do stuff. All right, so I saw your video on hijab. It's sensible. Allah has made this religion easy. I'm not ready for hijab, yet the people at mosques tell me I'm not Muslim. I believe in the oneness of God. Nobody should be able to tell you that you are not Muslim. It is your relationship with God. And we don't need it to be validated by the people. This is another thing. I don't need to go out and say to, I'm not saying you're doing this, but we don't need to do that. If somebody thinks you're Muslim, they don't think you're Muslim, none of our business, none of your business. It's really none of their business. Just live your life. I would say, if you're going to a particular masjid and people unfortunately are being toxic in that masjid, I would first of all remind people that the Quran says, Annal masajid lillah. The masajid belong to Allah. They don't belong to people. But if that's the case, then don't go to that mosque. Maybe look for a different space. Because it's not healthy being in toxic environments. What you don't want to do as well is, see, sometimes some people bring out a worse side of ours. So we can be great, we can be really positive, optimistic, funny. We can, people can be awesome, but then maybe with someone they end up becoming this horrible petty person. That side emerges because sometimes certain people, when interacting with them, they can bring this shadow of ours, make it manifest. And what I would say is that try to avoid people like that, because you always want that better side of you. You want to be the better person, better you. Yep, that's absolutely true. Mufti, Well said. Send in our CV. yeah. Message me and we'll do that. Mufti, can you please help me? People are trying to tell me that the problematic hadith should be taken as metaphors and stories, not literally your thoughts. Look, what I would say, every person is on their own path. Stop trying to worry about what people are believing. Stop trying to worry about what others are doing. Worry about yourself. Concern yourself with yourself. That is Islam. Okay. It begins, faith begins in the heart, and then it subsumes your soul. It sets it alight. Okay. You focus on yourself. You better yourself. You become a better human being. You start learning along the way. You may read something. You may read something that doesn't make sense to you. You may read some things that do make sense to you. If something disturbs you and you don't feel that, this doesn't make sense, like you read something in a hadith and it doesn't make sense to you, and you think, well, I don't that doesn't sound like the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I can't accept that this is not the picture of the Prophet as I know him. As, let's say you read the Prophet married a child. He married a 6-year-old. Now you say, well, this doesn't make any sense, because then that would mean, as Sheikh Imran Hussein said, then that would mean that marrying a 6-year-old is sunnah, because it's an action of the Prophet. The actions of the Prophet are sunnah. So regardless of consummating, but the act of marriage, as Sheikh Imran Hussein said, which is an entirely valid point. He said that doing a contract then of nikah would be sunnah. And you said, well, that doesn't make any sense to me in my world, because the Prophet is a mercy for the world. When we read the Quran, Allah, when speaking about marriage, always used the words nisa, nisa'ukum, that your women never says, that about little girls, never uses the word banat or uses these words about for marriage, uses the word nisa, women. And we know we don't call a 6-year-old a woman. So you say, well, this is me. So if you come across something that's disturbing and nobody's forcing you to take it, don't take it. Don't take it. You are on your path developing your iman. You may say, well, all these people are taking it. All these people are saying the Prophet did it. Now, there's detailed videos. You can watch them. You can learn. But you don't need to start arguing and fighting with people. Don't do that. It's conflict. It's not peace. People are on their own path. A lot of these people, they're coming from, and they're scholars, they're coming from a position of what they're trying to do is they feel that any questioning of any of the tradition could compromise the entire tradition. Now, it's true. From that perspective, they're trying to come from a position of love for the deen. They're trying to come from a position that we want to safeguard the deen entirely. We don't want any, if one piece of the jigsaw goes missing, everything's going to fall apart. This is their vision. It's a misplaced love. They've got it wrong. But they're coming from that position of love. But what's happening is they're thinking, oh my God, people are criticizing the Prophet, and the Prophet could never do anything wrong. So because I believe this is in this book and this book must be right, I will even defend this, even if it sounds incoherent to me. I will still defend it because I love the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam that much. They're coming from a place of love for the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but it's wrongly placed. They consequently end up casting these allegations inadvertently onto the seerah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, or affirming them. You see, you are not here to argue with people. You are not here to start. You be on your path. If something disturbs you, nobody's forcing you. You go with your picture. If they want to go with their picture, you can't change their mind anyway. That's them. In time to come, we hope, inshallah, more and more people start to see reason and start to think that, well, actually, you know what? I understand why you're doing it. You're doing it because you loyalty to the tradition, because you don't know any of your own teachers who disagree, and you want loyalty to the teachers as well, and you feel that there's safety in numbers. There's safety in numbers. So the majority of the people have said this, so you want to go with safety. I understand you have a love for the Prophet, and you think that because it's in this book, it must be what the Prophet did. So even if I don't agree with it, personally, I will defend it because I'm defending the Prophet. So I understand these emotions, but it's wrongly placed. You understand? But you're not here to argue with people. You just be on your path. That's what, this is where true Iman shines. So that's what I would say. Okay. Because sometimes what happens is people, they just start fighting. There's no khair in that. There's no khair. It doesn't get any better. It doesn't get any better. Somebody said, Hassan, I'd like to have a word. My camera is not working. Did I share the link? If both people in the marriage aren't sexually driven, then no need to force sex. You know, I love the name, the profile name. It suits the question. I'm trying. I'm trying, yeah. I'm trying. Yeah, I agree with you that it's true. People, you can't force people for any kind of sexual stuff. It's not on. I would also say on that note that, look, marriage or a sexual relationship, an intimate relationship, will be centered or orbiting, let's say it will orbit intimacy conceptually, because that's the nature of the relationship. So let's say I had a business relationship with someone. We both are invested in a company. Then our relationship is orbiting finance, business. That's the kind of thing that we are orbiting around. This is what has brought us together. And intimacy is more than just sex. It's not just sex. In fact, often this is something that is confused. Many people think, and you know, many hurting people, there's many souls that are hurting, and through this journey of life they want to heal that pain, and that that piled with the urges and instincts, natural instincts that we have, that coupled with the instinct, many people feel that it is sex that they are seeking. And people are seeking sex. I'm not saying they're not seeking sex, but you see what they are, and the dopamine rush does give a momentary numbing. So the dopaminergic drives, and then the release of dopamine, and a person does get that high and the kind of orgasmic pleasures, but it doesn't afterwards. They're still devoid. And this is why some people after sex can be even more depressed. And it may be because they need the dopamine again, but it may be that certain people in psychological studies will report feeling lonely after sex, after sexual intimacy or sexual contact. Now, not contact, actual sex. So you see, because what people think they're seeking is sex, but what they're in essence seeking is intimacy. To be touched, to be held, to be so intimately close to someone to be fulfilled sensually, but through emotions, to complete a void. This is what many people are seeking. Obviously, the actual sex comes along with that as well, but they're not necessarily the same thing. So what I was saying is, in relationships, intimate relationships, they center around orbit intimacy. So if one partner is not somebody that is drawn to intimacy, or is not drawn to, is asexual, let's say, and the other partner isn't, they are sexual, or they are seeking intimacy, then they are naturally going to be this is a challenge. Okay, this is naturally an issue, and it needs to be addressed. It should not just go unaddressed, because people need to, because this is going to cause some conflict, because there is a conflict of what you're orbiting here in the very essence of this relationship. So either people talk about this, they explain, they try to come to some understanding, they try to, maybe there's some, they can work their relationship, build themselves, or maybe they can't, and they've realized that, look, this is not the right thing, this is not the right person for me, because I'm in this is only going to lead to conflict, and it's not going to work, in which case they gracefully go their own way and they find someone that is compatible with them both ways, somebody that's asexually compatible or somebody that's sexually compatible. But what I'm trying to say is there is a maturity. You see, everybody's developing at their own pace. Don't force your pace onto someone, but maybe you can work things out. But it should definitely be addressed. Maybe you can't work them out, but then that should be acknowledged and accepted, and people move on. They think, well, there's no point just making each other's lives difficult. I mean, what's that? Hum bhi doobe hain, tumhe bhi le doobenge sanam. I'm drowning, I'm going to drown you as well, my darling, as the poet says. So, yeah. Most people aren't asexual. I agree. I don't think most people are, but if it's a spectrum, people are placed at different. Some people are more on the spectrum as being sexual than other people. So, and usually people can find a middle ground, but sometimes they can't. And because people don't have maturity to understand this, then tantrums and people throwing a fit, and then this is just, you don't want it to be toxic. Khalik says, what is life without sex? Well, it can't be produced. So that's telling us something. They say that people like Imam Ghazali and Jalaluddin as-Suyuti and these people and many people have said that the greatest pleasures on earth have been orgasmic. Okay, so, and they say that is the greatest pleasure on earth and the closest to that of paradise. And although that's undeniable in its own regard, it is definitely incredibly compelling. I mean, it's not the parts of the brain that light up, just to give you an idea, under fMRI scans are the same parts that light up for, this is in men especially, that will see an incredible amount of money. The same dopaminergic kind of you get the pathways lighting up, and or when they're on cocaine. Believe it or not, that's the same parts that kind of light up when they're engaged in sexual activity. So we are very creaturely driven like that, and you can understand that. That said, I did want to add, I do feel that there are, not to detract from the sexual field, but to say that there are pleasures that people can't explain in that sense, but there is a state of bliss on the path of consciousness that is truly, truly transcendental. And no pleasure of this world is even remotely comparable. But this is only those who know. It is a path of consciousness, and it is beyond ego death, and it is upon entering a state of non-duality that this, in the presence of God, it is something which is no bliss or pleasure or dopamine or nothing can come close. But that obviously is, it's a I guess it's a niche path, right? Attraction is not a choice. We're having a lot of attraction is not a choice. Is it conditioned, though? And you can agree that a certain amount of attraction has been perhaps conditioned into you. So the question is, could a different kind of attraction have been conditioned? If so, then how much of an object are you? Because you're just acting out what so many people have conditioned. Right, we've got some people that are tuning in. Let me... I've shared the link again. There's an interesting question there. I was just going to take a caller, but go on. Shall I answer it then? It says, Mufti, where do you get your shirt from? No, that wasn't the question. I got this actually online. I get a lot of stuff, believe it or not, online. I'll have to... I've forgotten the... Wait a minute. Isn't it... is it either Athlete or is it Father Son? Is it one of them that designed the shirts that are kind of... They're all, they're stretchy and they're made for kind of like muscle and stuff like that. Shayan Hussein says, why is sexual urge more in religious scholars and priests? Shayan, bach ke raho. Stay away from these priests and religious scholars. Who is it that you're... Where are you finding yourself loitering that you... And what was the study sample? Shayan did follow up by saying, is it just a stereotype? It could be a stereotype, and it could be as well that segregation does breed perversion. See, anything totally unnatural does breed a sense of... the other thing is, if you keep telling yourself, some people, not all, there's many... Iman, faith, is it is a beautiful drive in life, and one of the most powerful features that will propel you towards prosperity and a healthy lifestyle. And there's many religious people that have a wonderful, healthy life in all its aspects, whether it's, generally from actual health, physical, physiological, psychological, mental, sexual. But there are certain people, you're right, that will, because if you obsess with something, sometimes some people, they buy into these cultural aspects of sexual stuff is dirty and it's filthy, and they feel guilty if they think about it. So you enter that pink elephant phenomenon where, don't think of a pink elephant and then you think of it. Because the mind can't help but think of something once it's stated, especially when you urge it not to do so. Because when you say don't do it, you bring it into attention, into the kind of the stream of consciousness. So when people say, sexual stuff is dirty, don't think about it, but now they're thinking about it, and then they're like, I must be a horrible person, because why do I think about these things? I must be filthy, and I need to purify myself and wash myself and keep myself very, let me repeat my wudu, and then sometimes people chastise themselves. Like, I will almost punish myself for thinking of something like that. I know I'll do this every time I do that. And you see, and then what happens is you enter this kind of paranoid, borderline schizoid way of looking at things, and you become you get waswasa and OCD, and you really enter into a dark world, and unfortunately can trigger things like psychotic tendencies in people. Because if you mess with the brain in a certain way, the mind, it can have drastic consequences. It's just physically, it's the same. Like, if you imagine you keep hurting your arm, or you keep twisting it in a certain way that's not natural, you keep twisting it and keep twisting, you're going to hurt your joints. So it's the same with the mind. If you keep twisting it in a certain way that's not healthy, and you keep doing it and keep doing it, you can develop psychosis, and then you've got a problem. Because mental health is, especially the more serious it gets, it's the problem with it is it's not easily reversible. I see, because that's the thing about the mind and brain. It's not as, you see, I don't think it's as easy to mess up, but if you do mess it up, it's hard work fixing it again. And you have to be really on it, and you have to be on the ball and know how to, and you have to have a lot of willpower to fix it. Because once you go down that rabbit hole, good luck, because it's a horrible place. Right. Okay. So let me bring on some people. We've got Warrior. Allah. Right. So you put on your people, activate your cameras. Let me get this ready and bring this down. Also bring this up here. Oh, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. How you doing?
Warrior, how are you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Where are you joining us from?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, USA.
All right, Atlanta, USA.
Yeah.
Shukran for joining us. What would you like to share with us? Some thoughts, a question, or what's on your mind?
Not much. Basically, I've just been a big fan since like 3 years. I listened to you religiously, and I mean, I was brought up as like a Deoband Sufi, but I did a course. It was like a 4-year course, and it broadened my mind. Then I got to know about more scholars, and I started listening to you, and it made sense. Everything you say through reasoning, it just makes sense, man. I mean, because I was brought up not really thinking much and just doing. So
yeah.
No,
mashallah, shukran. I appreciate the kind words, and it's it's interesting because you see, apart from just being brought up and having a almost being given a narrative about something, but you've gone on to develop a personal interest. You've gone on to also promote a healthy curiosity. And that's really important, that you yourself are still proactively curious and learning and trying to pick up things and evaluate them and think about them, and just goes to show, alhamdulillah, may Allah bless this journey for you. Ameen.
Thank you.
So what is it you do? Do you study?
Yeah, I'm actually in college right now. I did the 4-year course, and I'm in my 2nd year of college. I'm trying to go to law school. in the
Law.
future.
All right.
Yeah.
What law? Criminal law? Family law? What's the
Not undecided. I'm
commercial?
in my second year, so I got to find my major first. I'm
You
still
know, I gotta
deciding
say,
that.
I think to myself, man, I'd love to be a barrister. I mean, you guys over there, I don't know if you have it as a different system, but here in the UK, it's generally the barristers that are the kind of, you know, your court attorneys, so to speak, and solicitors here just run the firms and run the actual paperwork in the background. But the ones in court, I think to myself, man, I would love to be one of them. You know what? I think it would just be so much fun.
Yeah, it's really G like. I mean, I think you would kind of uh be a good lord because you have the religious like law down, and I heard it's not that much of a different, like it's maqasid, like it's like really similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think also it's a very people's thing. You know, if you have good reasoning stroke, like positively, I'm using the word arguing faculties, and you can argue quite well, and you can you can basically dissect people's points and present it like you're a reasonable orator to an audience.
Yeah.
Because that's all they're kind of doing, really. They're just trying to, because the jury are not a technical people. They're just usually your everyday people, and so you just have to sell it to them, isn't it?
Yeah.
I
Just
think,
playing with
wow.
words. Playing with words like you do.
That's it. You got to have like a grand opening. You got to have quotations. You got to have poetry. Oh my God, I think it would be epic.
Go for it, man. You did everything else.
Honestly, I was saying to someone as a joke, I was saying, you know what, I would love to do it like once a month for free. Just do it for you see, because the thing is, as a lifestyle, it's too hectic, and it becomes all about, because it's a lifestyle. It's about the money. You've got to work, you got to get here, you got to go there, that kind of stuff ain't for me. That life ain't for me. But I feel that, just like once a month, you just turn up a couple of days, do your magic, spin this spiel of whatever it is, and just walk out of there with a win.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's epic. But shukran for joining
it was definitely
us.
nice finally talking to you.
Likewise, absolute pleasure, man. If you are on Instagram or different place, drop me a message from there, and I'll look out for your profile and stay connected, man. Take care, stay blessed, much love. Assalamu alaikum. People all the way from Atlanta. All right. I don't know what people are. Please behave in the comments. No childishness. Otherwise, you will be banned. Allah. Right. So whilst you guys I've shared the link again. We've got Hassan Abdul Rahman. Assalamu alaikum, Hassan.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you?
I'm good. Where are you joining us from, Hassan?
I'm joining you from Illinois. I'm close to Chicago or Chi-Town.
Right.
I mean, not really close, but yeah.
God, that's Illinois. I gotta say, there's just something so cool about all the American things. There's just something, just even the names of the cities are just always of the state. It's so cool. They have this cool element to it. Wow. So, mashallah, shukran for joining us. Shukran.
I really enjoy you, brother, for real. I mean, man, you are, man, I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for you. You're a breath of fresh air, straight up.
Shukran, Hassan. I
really
appreciate that, brother.
The spirit that you embody, that's the spirit of Islam. That intellectual freedom and that rational side. Unfortunately, in our Muslim world, we've taken the rituals as the religion, and we've lost the element or that spirit of the Quran. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that, most of us as Muslim, we don't have a personal relationship with the Quran, and and the sad thing, the majority of the Muslim world is non-Arabic speaking. Okay.
Yeah. It is.
And we get so wrapped up into the rituals, like in the Arabic, and you know, I'm not, you know, we should definitely try to learn Arabic, because that's the language of the Quran, and you know, we can get to the essence of you know, the deeper meanings of, you know, what the Quran teaches. But at the same time, you know, if we're making our salat and we're doing everything in Arabic, and we don't have an understanding of what we're saying, you know, we pretty much are just like robots, you know, on the real, you know. And I think, you know, when it comes to religion is a personal matter, straight up. I mean,
100%.
No human being can tell another human being their prayers will or would not be accepted. Only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you know, knows that. And even, you know, going to paradise or hell, no human being knows that. Even
nobody can.
Even the Prophet ﷺ, he didn't know that, you know, because in the Quran, in chapter 46, verse 9, he was made to say that he doesn't know what's going to happen with him or with, you know, with us. You know, he said he was made to say that he only follows what has been sent down to him.
100%. I mean, it is, you see, it's like you said, that faith is a personal matter. And what one should do is try to build, cultivate, grow that personal relationship with God. And its manifestation in this world is by serving people. If you can help humanity, you serve humanity, you will serve God.
And you know, and to ride on that, you know, like it says in the Quran, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that he would place a Khalifa in the earth, you know, it was talking about the collectivity of humanity. And what the word Khalifa means successor, in the sense of representing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on earth. Not that we are gods, no, but represent him by being the caretaker of the planet, you know, by, you know, Allah is just, by establishing true justice, you know, by displaying true mercy to each other and to the
exactly. And you know, and you see, and that ties into what you're saying about when a person is, see, there's many streams running concurrently. So a person lives his life in this world, they invest in themselves, they take care of their health, their family, their friends, their lifestyle, their habits, their interests, pleasures. But at the same time, there's the manifestation of trying to say, well, let's serve humanity. But at the same time, they're thinking, you know, to deepen this relationship, or for inspiration and to concretize the message, let me read the Quran as well. And I've said that, look, the message of the Quran is always there, but it will always, whenever you look at it afresh, it will always intimate to you a meaning as well that is relevant in your life today. You might read a verse and Allah is speaking about hardships, and look, oh, you who have faith, you know, have patience, and you're going through some hardship, and that's talking to you right now. It's not, you know, it's not just restricted to, oh, well, it was talking about an incident in this particular event. It's talking to you. You might read something about gratitude and you think, well, you know, how grateful am I as a person? Because it's something which people, we say this all the time. Oh yeah, I'm grateful. Of course I'm grateful. I've got all these things, but no, but real gratitude isn't like that. There comes an appreciation where a person feels, wow. And with it, you inherit a contentment. And you feel that there's a peace, isn't there? And you notice, you know, when you do that, you stop all this trying to tell other people you're going to hell and you're going. You stop all of that. You find that embarrassing. Like, you'd be like, what am I even? What is the person?
I mean, as though Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala assigned us to do that. You know, He hasn't assigned any of us to do that. You know, we don't have any ability or power to assign anybody to heaven or hell. In fact, we hope that we ourselves personally get to, you know, to paradise as opposed to hell. You know, and you know, another thing too is that, like, as far as, you know, serving Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you know, like you said, serving humanity, and basically, you know, like working to try to improve the quality of life for humanity as well as the entire creation. You know, like, for an example, if you have scientists out there who are trying to, like
100%.
save certain species or whatever, that actually is one of the higher forms of worship or service.
It is. It's a service to people are working on, people are trying to cure cancer. People are trying to do all kinds of things, which people that they can't even imagine will come to benefit from. A person may be building a bridge, a person may be an engineer that he's working on a local, let's say, council or government project, is building a bridge. Millions of people who he will never meet in his life, or she will never meet in their lives, will use that someday as a great kind of mercy.
Yeah, exactly.
And even, bringing this right down to even little things like with charity, with this, if we're using it in that sense, charitable, this beginning at home, a person just giving a child aspiration, just telling, like teaching a child, for example, that look, in life, no matter what, never give up. It's a simple thing for an adult to teach, but it's
self-esteem, to a child. Like for an example, like you mentioned something simple, like just take for an example on a hot day outside, it's burning up, and you go inside and you have this nice cool air conditioning. Think of the person that's
a blessing.
Developed that. That's a blessing. Or vice versa. If it's cold and you go inside to a heated building or home or whatever, that's,
and this is a deeper dimension of shukr and gratitude and appreciation, because
it's also a deeper level of ibadah, because if you look, like a lot of people take that word ibadah as being like worship, but actually it comes from the root word abd, which means slave or servant,
to serve.
Basically when we like when we say ibadah, we really like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when he refers to us as his abd, he's not saying us that we are his worshipers. He is saying that we're his servants. And that's basic. That's really
how do you and how does one serve God? Because God doesn't need anything.
Exactly, he's independent.
And you don't, and God doesn't need our service. We serve, as the Hadith says, "Man lam yashkurin nas, lam yashkurillah." Whosoever was not grateful to people was not grateful to God. You see, you serve him by serving, like you said, yastakhlifukum fil ard. He has put you on this earth to serve the others. And that is your servitude. Because otherwise, like if a person said, look, like let's say a surgeon says, well, I'm not going to go to do surgery. What I'll do is I'll pray 100 nafil today, and I'll read 2 whole juz of the Quran, and these are wonderful acts. There's nothing, these are deepening his personal spiritual relationship. But him doing a single atom's weight of good with mankind, where others may be gifted the gift of life, or they may go on, this is exponentially and astronomically something different.
And something else too, like for an example, even like in the non-Muslim world, like a lot of times people, they, I guess, judge or they weigh the value of a person based on how much money they have. But really, in reality, like it's really the service. Like sometimes, we tend to take like entertainers and put them on this high pedestal, or athletes or whatever, and put them on this high pedestal. But and we tend to overlook people that's out there, like emergency technicians or EMT workers or whatever, or we tend to overlook firemen or policemen. These people are on the front line whenever we experience some type of situation, like for an example, an accident, or we get trapped in an automobile, and the automobile is on the verge of exploding or catching a fire. You have the police and the firemen or whatever. They're the first ones there.
And Hassan, the thing, the thing about this whole discourse is, if put on its head, these people, if people are in positions and do a disservice, you see, this is also, if a person, you see, when we sometimes are in a position to help people, and sometimes it's even our job, but people can be lazy and they can be, like, like it's a person, a receptionist working at a desk thinking, well, I'm just going to do the bare minimum. And the hadith says, Inna Allah katab al-ihsan ala kulli shay. Allah has written ihsan on everything. If you're doing your job, do it with ihsan. Don't just, there is, like, don't get me wrong, I get it. Look, everybody can slack sometimes. We can all, nobody, sometimes we're having a bad day. I get it.
But, we're not machines.
Yeah, but there is this personal pride, this kind of, I do this with my, I watched this short film once, right? And what, often what I'll do is when I'm eating something, if I'm on my own, what I'll do is I'll watch a short film. Like something like about 15 minutes and it's over and I've finished the food as well. And so, and they're usually very meaningful because they have to be in such a short span of time. And I watched this one and I'm trying to recall the name now, but it's about this lady who, she has to prepare the final meal for prisoners on death row. And it's it's very fascinating because she takes the utmost pride, but you see these prisoners on death row, some are murderers, rapists, all kinds of horrible things, horrible kind of monsters in their way. And one of her co-workers becomes very frustrated with her efficiency of overseeing this meal. Like, she will make sure everything is put just right and perfectly, and they would be like, these people don't deserve this, and what the hell, and why are you getting this particular pancake and getting this thing? And you see, but it's a really I really, to me, that movie was very profound because on one sense, she had lost her own husband who had died without his kind of final meal, and she felt this service that here is an individual about to die, but she felt that, look, I'm okay. They may be horrible people and they may be going through this thing, but this is my role. You see, my job is this, and I will do it with ihsan. And there is just something so respect-worthy about a person, embracing a duty with this kind of this wearing it like I'm going to not only do this, but I'm going to do this with honor. And I found it, I think it's a very fascinating.
It kind of reminds me of I remember a speech from Dr. Martin Luther King where he mentioned, he said that be the best in whatever you do. He said, if you are a street sweeper, be the best at it. He said, sweep those streets like Michelangelo painted paintings. He said, sweep it so well to where, those who are up in the heavens will look down and say, that now there's a great street sweeper. That's
take pride.
How we should, to live the life. Another point I like to make is that, like as Muslim, I think that, many of us also have lost really in our, our understanding of the essence of the word Islam and the word Muslim. Islam, it means submission to God, submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Muslim is one who carries out that action. It's us carrying out
active participle
of surrendering to God. That is what makes us a Muslim, because the Prophet Ibrahim, he was a Muslim. Musa was a Muslim. They weren't Muslim because they prayed in the manner in which we pray or carry out the 5 pillars or whatever, That wasn't what made them Muslim. What made them Muslim was that action of surrendering themselves to God.
It's very well said. That is
even like a lot of us, we say we follow the Prophet and all of that. We think having a long beard to the floor, that makes us followers of the Prophet. But the thing about it is, truly following the Prophet would mean trying to develop the type of character that he had. He was Rahmatul Alameen, which is a mercy to the world. How can I be following the Prophet? Okay, if I have a long beard and I'm mean and cruel and have no patience with people, I'm quick to get angry at people and quick to hate people and quick to commit violence against people. Just I can go from 0 to 80. 1 minute, you're my brother, and then the next minute, you're Kahf, I'm ready to kill you. That's not following the Prophet.
Very well said, very well said. The Prophet ﷺ was rahmatan lil alameen, a paragon of mercy, and that is his first and last message: mercy and compassion.
Exactly.
Shukran. No, Hassan, shukran. I really appreciated.
Like I said, I really enjoy, like your show, like your video. I've been following you, since I guess.
Oh man, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Allah continue to bless you, and your family, and keep all of you safe, and stay safe with this.
Shukran. Likewise. Take care, Hassan. An absolute pleasure. People, that was Hassan. Absolute pleasure speaking and talking, getting those ideas and discussions. It really is good to talk. We've got here Wellness Center. All right, so Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
All right.
My gosh, I'm so excited to finally be able to speak with you.
MashaAllah. What's your name? Where are you joining us from?
Oh, my name is Azim, and I'm from Arizona, USA.
Arizona. All right. Arizona. All right. How you doing, Azim?
Good. Thank you.
Do you run a wellness center?
Yeah, I'm actually in a specific type of medicine, which is actually licensed in the United States. It's considered alternative medicine. So I have a doctorate in Oriental medicine. Underneath that, we have a bunch of things like acupuncture and stuff like that.
Oh, right. Okay. May Allah bless your efforts and help you in helping people around you. Ameen. To have good health. Ameen.
There's such few people in the Islamic community that are seeking truth instead of seeking blind faith. And just this tribal concept of just like, I'll just do whatever my parents taught me, and that's good enough for them. That's good enough for me, Like, for example, I asked this one interesting question to a sheikh at the mosque. It's interesting. In fact, inside of acupuncture, like we have this system called the 5, there's specific zones actually of time. And interestingly enough, each one of these 5 zones is used for treatments, but the book that it comes from is something like 7,000 years old. And they match up very similarly with the 5 prayers.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So what tradition does this come from?
It's the book. Sumerian. The name of the book is called Ling Shu. No. Sumerian is actually
Chinese. It's more. Oh, right. It's more Chinese, Eastern, Far East.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and actually, in many of the ancient books, actually, the original definition of God is defined as the One, which they took out. They took it out actually over the course of time. And I find a lot of interesting things. So I guess what's interesting is truth never changes. Its labels change over time. I feel, and I feel like this conversation, I'm having difficulty with asking people that are traditionalists, in the sense that they don't want to question anything that they believe just cannot change and cannot move.
I think also people are worried that, you see, what happens is, in the religious communities, and this is some people, I'm not saying it's everyone, but some people are you see, they can only work by exclusivity. So, for example, the only way they can commit to something is by being told that, well, people who are not committing to it are all wrong and are all doomed. And so, for example, somebody will only pray because he thinks, well, because people who don't pray are all going to hell. Now, so by contrast, let's say he was given a choice. Pray or don't pray. Now, these people would never pray if given a choice. So they can only pray, they can only commit by coercion. Now, so when they're told that, look, you must be Muslim, because if you're not Muslim, then everybody's going to hell, then they are Muslim. So they feel that, let's say, if we had a choice, like imagine God said, well, it's good to be Muslim, but even if you weren't Muslim, but you're still a good human being, you could be okay. They would malfunction, because then they would think, well, then why am I being a Muslim? I should be a non-Muslim. So you see, now once you have this foundation understood, that these people, they stem from that, whereas what they should be stemming from is a love for God, not a fear of exclusivity, right? So they stem from this fear. Then what happens is, if you say to them, for example, oh, I don't know which tradition it is exactly. Let's say some ancient Chinese tradition may have certain interesting factors. And you see, now, if it be true, not that this is the case, but then they may think, oh my God, does that then somehow challenge Islam? Because if they've got some truth, I thought we had 100% of the truth. And if they've got some, then, to be fair, this isn't really, it shouldn't end up in that result, but this is the resultant kind of idea. So they feel that, oh my God, no, I'm not gonna look at anything, because if I do, I might get swayed. And so really, this is a weakness of personal faith. A person, your relationship with God should be, that shouldn't need to waver just because you are discussing, for example, I don't know, ancient Tibetan medical practices, or even if you're looking at, let's say, the shamans and their spiritual pathways. I mean, these are traditions. I've sometimes commented on the shamans. I mean, these are unbroken practices that they've, and a tradition for thousands and thousands, maybe 3,000-4,000 years of unbroken natural traditions and natural sacred medicines and things like this. And but people will get scared, because they feel that if I go into it, or if I kind of start looking at it, maybe I might like some of it, and then maybe Islam is wrong. Then it's all or nothing. It's like either I take some of that, then I have to reject all of this, or it's obviously a very narrow way of looking.
But why is it not possible in many people's minds that, like, for example, when Musa al-Islam came, brought the Torah, and he said, make it mandatory, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, let there be 3 prayers, right? It's in the Old Testament. Okay, fine. So now we have Muslims that are like, no, you people are lost and confused, because see, there's actually 5 prayers. We know this as a fact because it's in our religion, and we are the crystallized religion. But is it not possible that maybe there actually was only 3 prayers, but it's because the earth and the solar system was in a specific place in the universe, and that prayer is actually for us? It's to shield us or something, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't actually need our prayer.
No, Allah doesn't need our prayers. Yeah,
everything in the universe is irrelevant. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wishes nothing, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not need any of this stuff, from my understanding, right? So therefore, why do we have to be so negative towards other people?
Creation ultimately means nothing. Yes. Because in comparison to God, because in comparison to God, God is reality, and everything else is ultimately an illusion. A doodle. If you're comparing him to contrast with God. So we derive our meaning. Everything comes from our reality, which comes from God. So we are really just insignificant, meaningless, and our things do not avail or benefit God in the slightest. Really, it is by our trying to understand this and setting on this journey. Trying to understand this, we set on this journey trying to be grateful, because we think, wow, I can understand things, like there's this intelligibility. Where does this come from? It's like, this is something, I know, super, this is super creature, this is just something else. And so we get on this journey to say, well, and Allah, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ, I have not created إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُ. You see, they then, as a consequence, worship me. I created them as a consequence. They think, wow, this is something. I want to. It's not out of this, I mean, I get it. Faith is a wide net. and there will be some people who, you know, they do it just because out of fear, out of guilt, out of they need strict things in life. Otherwise, you know, they're a bit OCD, they can't function. And that's fine as well. Faith is there for them as well. Islam is for everyone. It's for them.
Yeah.
It's for, but this is a more, as you, a heightened ideal relationship with God. This is as people, if they can rise from the worldly matters and they can get away from worldly, see, structures are just worldly matters. You know, do's, don'ts, this. Yes, they're important, but they're still worldly. You know, they're not really about God. They're still about you.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, and I feel that we, that's the maqam that we hope to people, you know, they kind of rise to. But yeah, and you're right that, look, these things, what are some celestial wisdoms behind salah and worship, and we don't know, and they could be many, and maybe to some people they could say, you know, well, actually, you know, I find this, and maybe there's some wisdom in, maybe there's so much, I don't know, there's the way certain energy or certain things, and people may, this may be somebody's estimation, and you never know what things are, why they are. We ultimately, I mean, we right now don't know. I mean, we don't even know so much about the physical world. We don't understand dark energy, dark matter. We don't understand anything of what's going on. We don't understand consciousness, the ruh. So yeah, and I don't think there's anything to, you know, if somebody said that, let's say, do you think salahs are modified due to celestial development over time or something like this? I don't think it's something to freak out over or somebody to get all defensive over. I think, you know, obviously I wouldn't know the answer to that. Allah could be doing it because there's a certain temperamental, let's say, development. If we can say the cosmos has a cosmological temperament, so to speak, just using that, and there's some kind of development, maybe, I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
And isn't there the verse in the Quran that mentions that too? That if you only knew the weight of the planets or something like that. I don't know the exact verse, but.
Okay, sure. I mean, I'm just trying to think.
I'm sure there is.
But yeah, I'm sure. If, like, I know that the amana of this, you see, it doesn't mention, you see, this is another fascinating one, because in the Quran it says, "Aradna al-amanata ala samawati wal ard," that we gave this amana, this trust, we entrusted the heavens and the earth, and they couldn't. Ashfaqna minhu. They said that, you know, they couldn't. It was above their capacity, and it says فَحَمَلَهَا الْإِنسَانِ.
Wait, above whose capacity? The jinn, right?
Above
the jinn.
No, sorry, the heavens and the earth.
Okay.
The cosmos,
okay.
But it was above its capacity. فَحَمَلَهَا الْإِنسَانِ. Insan. And look, Allah doesn't say, now check this out. Allah doesn't say in this verse, He doesn't say, we gave it to insan. Although Allah did give it to, I get that, but I'm just saying in this verse, look how beautifully, you know, this verse really speaks out to us. Look, Aradna, we presented this amana, whatever this was, this amana of the people say the message, was it of consciousness, was it of realization, was it of this curiosity, was it of, what is it? Allah doesn't explain. We gave this, the gravity of whatever this is, to the heavens and the earths, and they could not, they were incapable. Then Allah doesn't say and then we gave it, it says فَحَمَلَهَا الْإِنسَانِ. Insan carried it away.
Wow, subhanallah.
Insan, this invisible speck that cannot even be seen from the cosmos, carried it away. Yeah,
subhanallah.
And you know, you have the as one of the mystics had said, زعمت أنك جرم صغير وفيك أنت والعالم الأكبر. You know, you claim you're a tiny entity, yet within you is the cosmos. About insan. And Allah then does mention, because you see, many with this burden, many people just won't actualize it. They won't hamala that insan innahu ladhalumun kafar. You see, yet he is so, insan is excessively ungrateful.
My gosh. Yeah, I'm very ungrateful.
And transgressing. You know, after all of this still, you know, it's still me. You know, still nafs, ego. It's true though. It is innocent. You know, there's a really a beautiful hadith which is problematized as its authenticity, but its teaching is magnificent. And that is that it mentions that when Allah made creation, he had the creation attest to God's majesty. So that this teaching, it implies an implicit acknowledgement in all manifestation of phenomena to the divinity of God. That everything it has this, acknowledges this the majesty of God, the glory of God. And it says in this teaching that, and then Allah created the nafs. And when he asked this nafs, this self, just the archetypal, the archetype self, created the nafs. And when its time came to manifest, to acknowledge, so Allah says in this teaching, Allah says, who am I? He says, Anta, you know, you are God, you are you. Like, so all the creation, everything prior to this would say to God, you are you, you know, you are the sublime, you are the ultimate, you are, they would all say that. The nafs said it too. You see, the nafs, it's not unaware. It said, Anta ant, and it said, wa ana. And I am me. You see, you are you, and I am me.
That sounds very comical almost.
You see, and it's comical, and it's interesting because it's the origin of also this arrogant non-duality of this duality.
Isn't it? I went to a Quran class once, and they said that the root meaning of insan has two roots. One is one who is social, which is comical, and then the other one is one who keeps forgetting stuff, constantly forgetful.
Yeah, because they say so. You see, the Kufiyin and the Basriyin in Arabic grammar disagree, and so what you have is the Kufiyin. The Basriyin, I believe, they went to the understanding of saying that insan is derived from uns, which is this kind of social harmony. It's an affinity that you are drawn to someone. So they say because al-insan yasta'nis bighayrihi, he becomes familiar, has this affinity he's drawn to. And the Kufiyin said, no, it's mushtaq, it's taken from nisyan, from forgetfulness, because al-insan, ma sumiya al-insan illa bin nisyan. He's only called insan because he keeps forgetting. But I find, you know, this teaching, honestly, it is so magnificent because it shows the essence of the self. And what's interesting is in this teaching, it says that Allah, and this is just, it's an allegory, obviously. It's just to teach, to show insan. Allah says, you know what? Punish this self, this archetypal self, punish it. And it's punished and punished and punished. And after eons, it's brought back, and it says to acknowledge the glory of God. And it says, Anta, wa ana. And then it says, no, punish it and punish it. And it keeps doing this until eventually, you see, what's interesting is eventually it's starved and deprived. And then when it's asked, it says, just you are you. And it stops. And it's interesting in showing that this self, you know, when it's deprived, in that tragedy or travesty that it encounters, it has a yearning which takes it back to the divine. I find it so, honestly, that's so amazing.
Mufti, is it true? I spent a year in a retreat in India in a Sufi group, actually. I joined the Sufi group many years ago. And he was talking about a story. Actually, in the story, he said, I don't know where he got this from. I'm not sure entirely, but I heard something like this from somebody else also, that when Adam alayhi salam was being made in heaven, he was only hollow clay. And what happened is that the Shaytan was there and he was watching this, and he was surprised. He thought he would see something amazing, something magnificent, but instead he found just a pile of clay, and then he kicked it and it was hollow, and he said, what the heck is this? It doesn't even have any substance, and you're going to give this thing free will? The thing that you gave me? Oh, how insulting. I made of fire and smoke, and this is dirt, you know? And so I don't know where this comes from. Maybe he's added some stuff to it.
It's a very famous,
this is true.
I mean, when we say authentic, you see, it's probably not authentic, but it's one of these same teachings that has been there since early Islam. And it's part of the apocryphal kind of tradition, but it's there, it's in the tradition. So the teaching and its lesson is correct. I mean, it's not about the facts, but the lesson.
Then he said that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created the mind first, and then he created like all these other aspects, and then he went down to the stomach and he created the stomach, and then he created the genitals, right? And then at that point, the insan smiled. It was like it was a strange reaction by the human, and so the Shaytan was so angry when he saw that, because he's like, how can you dare to have a relationship with my creator? I am the special one, and yet you, made of dirt, have such a connection with Allah. This is unbelievable. And it threw gasoline into his fire even more, and he said, I will make this my mission, Ya Allah, to show you how garbage this is. I don't know if it's true or not, but it really hit me hard. You know,
it's that same thing. It's that same thing that you said. So I've just forgotten what your name again. What did you say?
Azam.
Azam. I thought Amir. Azam. So Azam,
sorry.
You see what you see the story, the moral once again is spot on. It's on point. Whether it's not about the factual stuff, but it's about the moral in saying that insan's relationship with God is incredibly unique if cultivated. You see, there is a caveat. If they build it, insan can have the most profound relationship there is with God. But if left untreated, it can just be, taken to ruins. And you're saying it's in this story, for example, the Shaytan is saying, well, look, how can he have, and that's a popular story about not about the genitals thing. I hadn't heard that before, but I'd heard about he kicks. Although I can see why they created that part in the story. They probably thought, this is where most of the fitna comes from in the shar.
I said this to a traditional Muslim at the mosque. I like two different ones, and neither one laughed. One of them said, Astaghfirullah, where'd you get this story? And then somebody else said, oh, these are all like mixed up stories. Where did you get this story? And then I thought, one day when I speak to Mufti, Abu Layth, he will understand and he will give me that famous laugh. And then what I did is I showed one of your videos to one of the he was not a close friend, but he's studying alim, right? And I showed your video to him, and he said, what is this? He said, he's one of my teachers. And he goes, he looked so shocked. And then he looked at me and he said to me, he goes, I sure hope on the day of judgment, God has a sense of humor. And I said, you and I are made the same. We are insan. One of our root meanings is one who is social and has a sense of humor. What's wrong with you? He's saying the truth.
May Allah bless him. He was trying to look out for you, which is a great characteristic. It is true, God definitely has a sense of humor, because look, a sense of humor is it is something which obviously humans appreciate. For us to have appreciated, to have the capacity to appreciate and assume that God is deficient in this characteristic, that's like saying God doesn't understand irony, or he doesn't understand sarcasm, or he doesn't understand humor. Of course he does. He's created it. So you see, if we can appreciate beauty, God is beautiful, because he has created it, and he's given us the capacity. And in fact, in a hadith, there is a hadith that it mentions that God laughs. I mean, I'm not saying it in a literal sense, but you can use it to understand that the Prophet was teaching that God too has a sense of humor. Obviously, I'm not trying to say all of our jokes are going to be
Oh, God,
God jokes, but I'm trying to say he has he has a sense of humor, and it's, it would be silly to think.
More than his sense of humor, I hope he has mercy on me, actually. Because I'm not relying on his sense of humor to make it into the golden gates of heaven.
God says, just as you're about to enter the pearly gates, the ground moves and you fall into hell.
Yeah, I know, right?
The joke.
That's the joke. I know. That would be horrible.
And then God says to Azam, he says, what's wrong? God says to Azam, what's wrong? Don't you have a sense of humor?
Oh, God, that would be horrible. Then I'd be amongst the people that'd be praying there saying, oh, please give me another chance. Mufti Abdul Layth, one more. I just wanted to make I ask you one more question before you go, or give other people time, actually. And that is that I was talking to a Quranist.
Okay.
There is a huge Quranist group here in Arizona. It's in Tucson, actually. Tucson is a city south of Phoenix. I'm actually in Phoenix. So every time I go there, it's like I'm not trying to have any problems with anybody, but I feel like every time I go there, it's like they notice like different things about me, like I'm praying Sunnah prayer. Okay, I get it. It's not in the Quran. Okay, and then it comes up. And I always make this personal intention that I'm a nobody and I don't want to argue with anybody. That's why I have no problem with Christians, Jews, atheists. Yeah, look, they all have free will. I have free will, subhanAllah. You know, it's okay. But for some reason, I feel like I'm always getting into these discussions with the Quranists, and I'm not actually completely against them. I actually think that there's a lot of truth in it. For example, I think the Prophet was the first Quranist. I actually think he was the first Quranist because he wasn't following any other Sunnah. You know, well, I'm just saying so I've actually come up with my own idea, and I know it needs to be cleaned up a little bit, but my idea is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent the Quran, and if somebody follows the Quran, there's a possibility that they misinterpret it. It's possible. It's very possible.
It's very, very possible, because the Quran is in language, and we all understand language differently.
Yeah, so if I was to look at the Quran only, yes, there's no Sunnah prayer, there's no Nafil prayer, but I feel like on the Day of Judgment, if that's all I had, I think Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would say, well, the doors of heaven are very wide if all you had is the Quran. But if you're going to use the narrow hallways of these different groups, you know, the Salafis and the Sunnis and the Shias, then you've confined yourself, and that's okay too, because that's a reading, meaning it's one way of reading the Quran in that depth. But I feel like one of the mercies of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is that everybody does not have to be at that level, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's graciousness is so great that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is like, you know what? Yeah, I know I sent the messenger, and the messenger went to such a degree. And then there's all these other people that have actually created these other divisions, but not so different. But I'm only going to hold you to the Quran.
So you see, what I would say is, because this, you see, this
so it's all
question,
okay is what I'm saying. It's all okay is what I'm saying. Okay.
No, I get it. No, absolutely. And you see, what I would say to this is that, right, because there's many layers to that question. So the first layer that you're asking about from God's perspective, you see now, and the akhirah, the eschatological, we're looking at who has salvation in the afterlife. And you see, these things really, I always find it, this is me personally, I always find it very arrogant to assume on these matters about who will go where in the afterlife and who will, I'm this measly human who can't, figure out stuff in this human life. And here I am trying to talk on matters about God's decree. It's not really, doesn't befit me as a human. This is me personally. I find it almost as very, stupendously arrogant to attempt that. So I wouldn't speak on things like that. You see, Allah's mercy encompasses all his creation. It encompasses all, and only Allah knows what he will do and how he treats. We just deal with ourselves in this world. That's what I would say. So nobody can be going around telling you're going to hell, that guy's definitely going to hell, this woman's definitely going to hell, that bunch of people are going to. We worry about ourselves. We concern ourselves with the path. We serve people. That's what we do. We develop ourselves. That's our journey. The other issue is about Quranists. Now, I'm not exactly sure, because people use this term and they use it in different ways. So I'm not exactly sure, because they're not a monolith, one people who are the Quranists, for example. They are different representations. It's like saying Sunni. So Sunni includes it'll include the Sufis, it'll include the Salafis as well, will put themselves in Sunnis, it'll include Brelvis, Deobandis, Jamaat-e-Islami, it'll include all these groups will still call themselves Sunni. Now, in somewhat of a reflection, you'll get people that will call themselves Quranist, or people call them Quranist, but some won't claim that. They will say, no, of course we accept the Sunnah of the Prophet, but it's just we have doubt on, for example, certain things that go against reason. Or some might say we have doubt that the Hadith has reached us with accuracy. Had it reached us with certainty, we would have accepted it. So this is now an epistemological issue. It's that they're doubting the veracity of what's reached us, the information. They're not denying the loyalty to the Prophet. So there's a big difference conceptually. I personally, you see, I would say that the Islam, the practice of Islam has not reached us through Hadith. It's reached us through the living tradition. Now, this is where people misunderstand this. They think that Islam reached us through Hadith. It didn't. They think that Salah, how to pray Salah, reached us because it's said in Abu Dawood or in Tirmidhi. No, that's not true. Abu Dawood comes over 200 years, about 200 years after the Prophet, as does Imam Bukhari. For 200 years were people not praying. You see, Islam was taught from parent to child and in community. And this is how it got transmitted, by the living tradition. And so this is how we learn things like Salah. This is how we learn things like Saum, the main features of Islam. And people disagreed. I get that. Wherever there was interpretation, people disagreed. But this is how it was taught. Now, I do advise and advocate to embrace the tradition of Islam. And I feel that this is the inherited tradition, is not in that sense about these things corrupt. It's not like the 5 prayers, for example, is not a corruption. It's actually the living tradition. But let's say if somebody didn't accept that. If somebody said to me, look, Mufti, I don't accept any of this because I can't trust it. And I feel, this kind of Quranist, as I'm assuming the archetypal kind of Quranist now, or the stereotypical, Quranist. Fine. Okay, if they want my view, I will give it. But arguing doesn't get us anywhere, because to be honest, nobody has ever said in an argument, oh, wow, you know what? You beat me so bad in that argument, I'm going to believe you. That's never happened in human history. All that happens is you can humiliate someone in an argument, and what happens, they just hate you even more. Okay, you might win it. Like, I might debate someone and I might be able to mesmerize them because of certain things and run rings around them and humiliate them. Now, I might win that. So people might say, wow, Mufti, did a number on this guy, blah, blah, blah. And it serves my ego. It really massages that. But this person is just walked away hating my guts and hates everything that I stand for, and that argument even more. So this is why when Imam Malik was asked, shall we debate over the Sunnah? Hal yujadal an Sunnah? He said, La. He said, "Yukhbar anha idha su'il." He said, if they ask you, you just answer, but don't argue over it. Don't cause it to become a something that spreads this kind of animosity. So that's for the arguing angle. So I would say that, it's not, if somebody wants a genuine conversation, that's fine. And you could give your side, they could give their side, you could think about it, they could think about it. But if it's a debate, I don't think these really yield results. And I get it. Look, Quranists, in that stereotypical sense, I get it as well. They too, a lot of people, you see, one of the problems is we don't look, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he looked at people through a lens of compassion. It doesn't matter whether they were kuffar, mushrikeen, they were majusi, Nasrani, Yahudi. He understood that this is a human who's trying to come at it with some, in his version of integrity. That they brought the dead body of the Jewish woman who's going, the Prophet stood up out of respect, and they were like, what's the Prophet doing standing up? They said, Ya Rasulullah, inna Yahudiya, it's a Jewish. The Prophet looked at him and said, inna nafs, it's a soul. Where's your human compassion? So the point is that, you see, you have to understand that even people who disagree with you, Salafi, be they Wahhabi, be they Shia, be they whatever group, Brelvi, Deobandi, Jamaat Islam, whatever you want to see, Qurani, everybody in their own way is trying to come from a position of love for the deen. And you have to understand the angle. Because once you see it from compassion, you realize, okay, I see where you're coming, even if you feel they've missed the mark. But you see, they're not coming at it from this great propaganda to trick everyone. And whether they be Salafi, Shia, Qurani, anything, they are still coming at it from a place of love. Now, the Quranist is coming at it from this angle that, look, because some hadith are definitely made up, which some definitely are, everybody knows that. We've got books of fabricated hadith. So therefore, because there is doubt, so the safe side is that we can't attribute any of this to the Prophet because there's too much doubt in all of this. And this has been used as a power of manipulation and whatever, etc., etc., etc. And let's throw this all out. And with it, they've thrown out all of fiqh, most of fiqh, because they assume fiqh was also part of hadith or built on hadith, as it is today because of the Salafi movement. So, you see, but in the past, it was never like this. Is why in the past, where were the Quranists in the past? Because if you predate the Salafiyah, fiqh was never built from hadith. It was built from the living tradition. So you never had this argument. So it's only with the Salafis, they started to build fiqh from hadith. Then people started to problematize the hadith and therefore say, let's throw everything out the window. So the argument isn't, to me, it isn't as convincing as they think it is. You see, this is, to me, it isn't as convincing because to me, there are many examples that I can show from fiqh that it would be impossible for people, sects that are so averse and adverse to each other, like Shia, Sunni, Khawarij, to all agree on certain factors of fiqh. That would be impossible. They hated each other. Unless this was the living tradition, you triangulate it and you arrive at, I get it now. So, but I do understand that, look, these people too are trying to come from a position of love. So let's not, you see, it shouldn't be about trying to bash them. Let's get them in a corner and I want to bash them and humiliate them because that's going to make them just hate this even more. So yeah, that's what I'd like to say. I think it's important.
Mufti, like in the Quran, right? Isn't there the verse? I could be wrong. Definitely, please correct me. But something to the effect that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, the Prophet Muhammad is sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, is amongst the best of examples. Rather than saying perfect or the best, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala very skillfully uses a way of describing the Prophet that it leaves the door open, that there could be other readings of the Quran, and that the Prophet is one reading of many readings. Therefore, in that approach, I would, if I could use the Prophet's life, Sunnah, rather than the Hadith, the living tradition, Sunnah, then that is one reading of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's will.
I think the verse you're referring to is لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ, and that indeed in the Messenger of Allah you have a fine, beautiful role model, example.
Role model.
Now, uswa, it could be both, could be a role model, could be an example, could be. So, you see, now it's true, the wording doesn't say that,
Perfect.
laysa lakum illa fi rasulillahi, there is only, you don't have no role models except in the Prophet, you have no, so it doesn't say that. But what I would like to say here is two things. You see, first of all, why doesn't it say in that way? Because I feel that, you see, the Quran, and this is once again, it shows, you see, because people sometimes accuse, especially Islamophobes will accuse the Prophet of conjuring the Quran. And if it did, he would have done it in a way, if he had made it up to say, I am the only example you ever have. This is true, this is not. But that's not the wording of the Quran, because, you see, there are many things in life in which one will need an example. The Prophet ﷺ was not everything. So he wasn't, for example, here to be an engineer and show you, oh, you want to do engineering, do this. He wasn't here to be a doctor to say, look, oh, by the way, you want the best medical practice, be like this. He wasn't. He was here as the best guide to God and to show you how to serve humanity in trying to attain God. This as a Rasul, as a Nabi, this is what he was, and he was the best there was. And you see, so it's not in the seerah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Prophet questions once when they are cross-pollinating their stock, and he says, "Oh, that's strange. Why do you do that?" And they say, "Well, okay, we won't do it," and it messes up. And the Prophet says to them, and they come complaining to the Prophet. The Prophet says, why didn't you do it? He says, well, you said you found it strange. He said, I did find it strange, but you guys are more knowledgeable about your stuff. Like, don't come to me about everything. If one of you is skillful in this, the Prophet, he needed to navigate the desert once. He called a person that was a skilled navigator. He didn't say, well, everybody follow me. He took the right resources. So in a similar way, this is the second point I was going to say. So the deen, you can see the Quran being so just there. Yeah. Mentioning it in a way, but not sealing it to say that you will have no other role model in anything. You will, in whatever in life you're seeking, there will be role models for you. You take the best from everything and you leave what's bad. The other thing I want to follow this with is, you see, this is more the kind of adab that Muslims have with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this is really from our place of love for the Prophet. That, you see, it's out of, because to us, like this whole enlightenment, this whole compassion, bolstering it, this whole teaching has come to us from the Prophet. The Quran to us has been taught to us from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So out of that adab and that kind of mahabba, that, you see, we wouldn't say it in a way where we juxtapose it as a comparison. So I wouldn't say personally that, look, like in this way, that look, that the Prophet is a really good example, except you also have other examples. Or if I was to say the Prophet is a great example in deen, but such and such is a great example in medicine, I wouldn't, you see, out of that love for the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that we have, you understand? So to me, that's it's more an issue of devotion as Muslims. It's not, you're right, there's not a technical thing is different. And I don't think the Prophet never taught it like that, that I'm the only, don't, if you want to know how to do horse riding, you only come to me. If you want to know harvesting, only come to, no, the Prophet never ever said that. And I don't think any Muslim goes about it like that, but we just out of adab and out of love for the Prophet and the Deen, we express it in this way. It's been quite a lengthy session.
Yes,
I think I've got
know.
to wrap this up.
I know.
So,
sorry, Mufti. How do I join your Discord group?
Right, so that's actually via Patreon. So if you go onto Patreon, in fact, we've got it here on just MALM, and on Patreon I've got, so there's just, it's basically a kind of a subscribed kind of membership where people, there's just a token subscription, something very small, but there's different tiers, and there's ones which are, for example, one-on-one sessions that people have once a month, and then there's just group sessions, but all of them are on the Discord as well. So once you join Patreon, it will give you, it will enable you to join the Discord, and also it will give you, if you are on the one-to-one, it will give you the Calendly link to automatically set up our consultations and stuff. But Azam, man, it's been an absolute pleasure. I really,
oh, you too. Thank you.
We spoke about a lot of things. So stay blessed, man. Take care of yourself. Be well.
Well, I will join your Discord. I'm not going anywhere.
I'll see you there, brother. Take care.
Inshallah. Okay, Assalamualaikum.
People, we've gone on for so long. You know what? Let's wrap this up. Honestly, I get people, it's been awesome. Those of you that need to reach out, as I was just mentioning to Azam, you can. If it's just generally, Instagram is the place to like, subscribe, share the YouTube. Let's get the subscribers up, people. Let's get them up. For the other kind of, if you want to connect more, there's always Patreon. Get on there. Let's connect and take very good care of yourselves. Remember me in a kind dua. Try and do a kind act at least once a day to at least make another person smile. Salamullahi alaikum wa khuda hafiz.